Yep, we can start with that.
Matt and says.
He's in the waiting
Do this.
That's why.
rocket on Zoom.
Maybe he's got it on the,
Yeah, I'm gonna admit it.
then he'll know we're starting.
Well, the reason, you know why.
Without having.
Yeah.
Can you go back? Like you're not doing the series?
We good?
Oh,
You guys ready? Okay, it's a few minutes past 5, so we'd like to go ahead and call this Santa Clara City Council work meeting to order. I'm Mayor Rick Rosenberg. I want to welcome everybody who's here tonight. We appreciate you being here. We've got from the City Council, Councilman Jarrett Waite, Councilman Denny Drake, behind the dark glasses, movie starish over here. Councilwoman Krista Hinton, Councilwoman Lena Mathis, and Councilman Ben Shakespeare. So appreciate everybody being here. We'd like to begin the meeting with general citizen public comment. I have not received any requests for comment. Anybody received any?
Yes, I have I was trying to be incognito. I didn't know that you would recognize. Superman was able to do it with a mask.
You have to change your
No,
hair.
I had eye surgery and so.
I figured you had something. Okay, we'll go ahead and move into the working agenda then, council. Item 3A1 is a presentation by Colette Cox from the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. Want to welcome Colette and turn the time over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm setting a timer so I don't take up too much time, but it's such a pleasure to be here with you tonight. Some of you I've worked with before and some of you were just meeting tonight. So again, such a great pleasure to be here. One of Governor Cox's campaign promises before he was elected is that he was going to do more work in the rural areas, specifically with economic development. And my position is a result of that promise. And about a year ago, we had one outreach manager for the entire state to cover rural. And today we have 4 outreach managers for the state, and we're hiring a 5th outreach manager in July. And so we have everything centralized in Salt Lake, and it can be really frustrating, especially as council members and business owners in Southern Utah, trying to get resources from the state government. So that is why I'm here. I work directly with the 5 County Association of Governments. I work with the counties, and my service area is the 5 county region plus San Juan County and Grand County. And so I have 7 counties that I cover, but I live right here in Washington County. And that's, again, how I'm familiar with some of you and have interacted on different levels. Prior to my work with the governor's office, I ran the Business Resource Center at Dixie Tech. And so I am very familiar with our small businesses and have worked with many of our startup companies here in Washington County, which is super exciting. It's probably my most favorite part of my job is working with those startup companies and small businesses. I come from rural Utah. I come from a small town. I grew up in Fredonia and Kanab area. So and have worked in this region for the entirety of my career, 25 years. So again, I bring a wealth of knowledge and contacts and experience, and I bring that to be a team member with you. And so I hope that as we go through this presentation tonight, you'll think of me as your team member. So, and we're going to talk tonight about partnering with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity to increase business opportunities and shape your economy here in Santa Clara. So next slide. Oh, even better. I don't need to tell you that Utah's a fantastic place to live. We've been rated #1 in many categories over and over again. Just on May 1st, US News ranked us best state to live in. We are the best area to start a small business. We've been named the best economy for I don't know how many years now here in Utah. We're doing some things right. And again, it's not just what happens at the legislative level or at the governor's office. It's what happens here in your community. you make Utah a great place to be. So thank you for your work. Maybe
Brock,
Brock, there's-
click down of the presentation.
we'll go next slide.
No. That work there?
There we go.
Sorry.
We have one of the lowest unemployment rates by county. And again, that's one of the many issues that our business owners face here in Santa Clara and also in Washington County. And so we are very aware of this. We work with our community partners to help businesses mitigate some of the issues that come from this, but also low unemployment is a sign of a good economy as well. It means things are thriving, businesses are thriving. Next slide.
Not working.
I'm not sure this is working. We are the crossroads of the West, and I've spent quite a bit of time the last several weeks with the Utah Inland Port staff members. Many of you may have heard of the Inland Port project that was approved, the Iron Springs project that was approved in Iron County and Cedar City. Phenomenal project, and it's going to have a positive economic impact on Washington County as well. And so keep your eyes and ears open about that project, because again, businesses that are coming into Santa Clara, whether they're moving goods and services or they're manufacturers, this Inland Port project just brings goods closer to us in a less expensive and faster way. Next slide. Again, I understand you're working with the population growth problem. We all look at growth in different ways. And I'll share with Helena and Brock a presentation that's come down from the state talking about growth and just some language around growth that may be helpful to you as council members as you're working with your constituents, because it is, even though it's a good thing, it's a challenge. And I know that you're facing that with your decisions day to day, whether it's housing or water or, growing your economic areas, retail areas. So again, we're here to help with that. Next slide. We have world-class amenities. We don't, we know how wonderful we are. But the state as a whole is looking to attract really amenities that are a good fit. It's not just skiing up in the northern part, but they're looking to develop out, here in the southern part of the state, the hiking trails, the biking trails. We have grants and things like that, because we know that's a big part of economic development here in the southern part of the state, since we don't have snow. That's why we all live here. And even as it was announced, about 2 weeks ago, we may even be getting a Major League Baseball team here in the state. And there are different ways that the state supports that. So again, keep your eyes and ears open, but continually we are looking to shape the state, shape the future of Utah, so it's a really great place to live. Next slide. And part of that reason why it's great and why people are flocking here from Texas and California and different places is because we are physically responsible. We have a balanced budget. Generally speaking, we get along, we work together in our legislature, we get things done. We have a rainy day fund. We have low regulations and low barrier to entry for our businesses. And those are all very important things for our economy. Next slide. Here at the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, we are stewards of the world's best economy and quality of life. And we're trying to future-proof Utah's economy and work at the speed of business. I know that you hear, because you work in government as well, that sometimes we don't do things as quickly as our citizens want or businesses want. And we hear that at the state level too, but we are working as quickly as we can to not have those comments. And we do try and keep up with business. And again, we wouldn't have the best economy in the country if we didn't keep up with the speed of business. Next slide. This is just a handful of people from our leadership team. Many of you have probably met Ryan Starks. He's worked with our agency for many years. He was recently put in as the executive director after Dan Hemmert left. And then on our strategic initiatives team, which is the team I'm on, Corianne Edwards is the director, fantastic to work with. Vicki Varela works with the Washington County Greater Zion team for the tourism office. And then we have Lance Soph, who is over targeted industries, which I'll talk about in just a moment. Next slide. We are the government to industry interface, and we're here to help provide resources. We're here to help provide grant money. We're taking the tax money that's generated here in Southern Utah and reinvesting it in business, in commerce, into economic development here in this part of the state. And I'll explain how. Next slide. We do this through working with our partners. Number one, EDC Utah, World Trade Center, Inland Port Authority. We work with our local chambers of commerce, SBDC, SBA, and other state agencies like the Division of Rec, UDOT, Department of Workforce Services. We're constantly monitoring different industries and different foundational building blocks of our economies here on the smallest level, here in the community level, here in Washington County, county level, regionally, and then statewide. Next slide. So the goal of my position is to conduct outreach, to be the eyes and ears on the ground here in Washington County, report up to the state. That was a big problem. We just didn't have a lot of feedback sometimes from local issues. So now I can give information in real time to Ryan Starks. Ryan, of course, can report up to the governor. And we have Stephen Lisenby. Many of you have worked with him. He's an advisor to the governor on rural affairs. And so we work with Stephen as well, along with other advisors on issues that affect us on a daily basis. And so the better communication we can have and the quicker we can communicate issues, the better we can do it being responsive to those issues. But we live in a global economy. We have our international trade and diplomacy through my office. Again, we have our targeted industries, advanced manufacturing, aerospace and defense, financial services, life sciences and healthcare, and IT and software. You know, we've got Tech Ridge here in Washington County, but we have aerospace and defense, we have advanced manufacturing. We have some really amazing things going on here in Washington County and here in Santa Clara. There's a lot of little businesses that people just don't know about. You know about them because they pull a business license every year and pay their fees. But we want to be able to support and highlight those businesses, and I'll be your liaison for that. Next slide. We have our rural grants, but most importantly, I want to talk about our Rural Communities Opportunity Grant, which is coming open. We're going to start taking applications in July, and this is a $600,000 competitive grant that your city can apply for. I'll be your guide for that, and it's for economic development. So if you want to build out retail space, if you want to work on workforce development here in your community, if you want to build out recreation trails to enhance your economic development and attract visitors, or mountain bike trails, things like that. The beauty of this money is it's just wide open. You can be as creative as you want. So again, think of those projects, but I would like to get together with Brock and council members as this grant cycle comes open so we can apply, help you apply for this grant. There is a match to it, but it's not much. And again, we've seen some really phenomenal things happen with this money. There's a pot of $4 million that is, again, it's competitive, but $4 million statewide goes a long way. So, and then we have our Rural Communities Opportunity Loan. If you have some projects that you're wanting to work on, but you need some quick money, this loan is a revolving loan fund. That was ARPA money, that $69 million went into a revolving loan fund, and part of it was earmarked for communities to borrow against, and then part of it is for small businesses to borrow against. And so 30% of the money earmarked for businesses is for rural, minority, and women-owned businesses. So that gives us, our business owners, an advantage. Many of your business owners may want to expand, and we can help them with that. Next slide. And then we have our EdTIF and RedTIF. These are, discounts on Utah state taxes. If you've got companies that are expanding and doing a lot of hiring, if you can help me connect with them, we can see if they qualify for this program. It can be a huge advantage to them. Next slide. And then also we have our Ready Grant, which is again, a workforce development grant. Companies can get up to $6,000 for each new position that they create, as long as it's above average wages, which is not, it's right around $40,000. So it's, you know, not too high. There are some limitations on that, but again, it's great. And then we have our economic assistance supports grants in the areas of education, community development, and infrastructure. Again, I can give you some more details on those based on your projects that you're working on here in Santa Clara. Next slide. We've had Southern Utah companies compete and get this air and water grant. We're looking to innovate here in the state of Utah. We want to be, we have the #1 economy. We want to be the #1 state for innovation. So again, our tax money is being reinvested into innovation and economic development. Next slide. Over $120 million flows through our office, and 60% of that goes to rural. And as of right now, Santa Clara is still considered rural, even though our county is not considered rural, the community is. So again, we have to kind of pick and choose which programs you qualify for, but we can work through that together. Next slide. We're also working on some other priorities. The Broadband Center through my office helps communities with their connectivity. We were on a call today with 5 counties and looking into what availability or which areas here in Washington County are underserved. And so again, money flows through that office and then down to the community level. Next slide. And we also have our Utah Film Commission that brings in quite a bit of money. There's been a little stir about Kevin Costner being in the area recently. And we have 20 of our counties are certified film ready counties. And we have many of our communities that are film ready. And, you know, where there's a rich heritage here and you have historical buildings, again, it would be fun to make sure that you're a film ready community and that your profile is up to date. But the Utah Film Commission is just one way to diversify your economy. So I'll wrap up. I've got just a couple more quick slides. Next slide. Tourism. Again, you're always looking for ways to diversify your economy. We rely on tourism a lot, and for good reason. In 2021, it brought over $10 billion, resulting in $1.8 billion in tax revenue, which is staggering. And we contribute to that. It's not just the skiing up north. It is our Southern Utah communities. It's the Ironmans. It's the, you know, the mountain biking competitions, all of those things that draw people down to Southern Utah. So again, we want to make sure that you're getting your piece of that money, that tax money that's being reinvested. And look, if you're looking to beef up your attractions for tourism, we can talk about that as well. Next slide. We have Camille Johnson, who has been a tourism director from Kane County, and she now works for our office. And she's here, again, like me, as an outreach manager to help you with your specific plans. And Virginia Pierce is over the Film Commission, and she can help with your film ready community work. So next slide. We also have, this is the credit initiative where, again, you can borrow from that revolving loan fund. Michelda is the program manager. She's new, she's fantastic. She has a great baking experience. Next slide. And then we have our Apex Accelerator, Josh Wiggins. He lives here in this area, serves this corner of the state, and he helps your businesses get contracts with government, whether they're local, state, or, you know, regional county contracts. Josh can help with that. And again, it's just one more way to enhance your business's success here in Santa Clara. Next slide. And we have our Immigration Assistance Center. Natalie Aldery talked about unemployment and how our businesses are desperate for workers. The governor created the Office of Immigration Assistance so we can help with visa workers. We rely on visa workers in several sectors of our economy, including hospitality, agriculture, and manufacturing, just to name a few. And we want to make sure that our workers are properly documented, that they're here legally, and that they don't have problems assimilating into our communities. And so Natalie comes down to Southern Utah frequently. She is based out of Salt Lake, but again, she can help your businesses. And if you're having kind of a group issue here in Santa Clara, she can help you with that. So next slide. And again, here are just a few extra resources. You can check out all of this information on business.utah.gov. And please subscribe to our newsletter to keep up on the programs that we offer and also just up-to-date information about opportunities for your businesses. I know a lot of small town things come out of the post office and the city office and the schools. That's how it works, right? So if you can help get this information out to your businesses, you do an awesome newsletter. I love reading your newsletter every month. And if you can help push out some of this information through your newsletter, that's fantastic. I'm happy to help with that. Next slide. Here's my contact information. I'll also leave some cards with Selena over here. And please reach out again, call, text, email, and we can work one-on-one together to support your community economic plans, but then also your business, support your individual businesses. And as you're working to attract new businesses, the right businesses to Santa Clara, right? To keep the charm, to keep the feel of the community. That's what we want to do too. And we're here to help. Next slide. And that's it. That's a code to go to our website. So any of the staff members who are interested as well, please look there. And I'm here to support you as well. So thank you very much for your time tonight. I really appreciate it. And do you have any questions?
Any questions, council? That's a lot of information.
I was going to
Colette.
say, your host. So I've been working with the counties a lot, but again, it's time for me to work directly with the cities. And now that we have a foundation with the counties and 5 county EOGs. So again, please call on me and I'll leave these with Selena. So
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming. Okay, item 3A2, discussion regarding parks impact fees. Brian?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, there's been a lot of changes in the last few years in Santa Clara as well as in the Parks Department. We've got several projects in the works in the near future and things that we need to do now. So with that in mind, we looked at the Parks and Trails impact fee analysis, see where we were, if we needed to add some things or adjust or even remove some things. And in looking at that, some questions arose. So I'd like to open this up for discussion, just to kind of clean this up and see what you want to keep, what we want to do as far as, for example, splash pad, Tobler Park, skate park, cemetery, that way, and kind of get a idea of what the priorities are. With parks as well as with the trails. We'll get into the trails in a minute, but the trails, there are a lot of trails in there that I think we need to clean up a little bit. Anyway, Brock, if you could go to page 11 in the analysis. There you are. So this is the recommended improvements, recommended parks in the analysis. Most of it's good. For example, Googler Park Phase 4, the majority of that is the additional 6 pickleball courts we're planning on putting in there. Phase 5 is the hopeful acquisition of the 10 acres just west of Googler that I believe is school trust land right now. Swiss Days Park, that stuff's all good. There's a few things here. And in a minute, we can go to the map so we can get a better idea, but mostly neighborhood park 1, 2, and 3, and planned trailheads and planned trails. So neighborhood park 1, for example, if we can go to the next page, let's see.
I go,
Page-
is this map what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So neighborhood park 1 is a large park. It's 6.9 acres. Just for example, the whole cemetery is a little over 7. So we've looked at these 3 and we're questioning, do we need these? A lot of these developments going up in this area, for example, Clayton Levitz, he was here recently. They're all doing their own amenities for their developments. And Black Desert, most of these developments, they're bringing their own amenities in with them. So, which they're going to provide, they're going to fund, and they're going to maintain. So this is the big question. The main question here is how you feel about these three parks. Are these something the city is interested in actually acquiring and funding and maintaining?
I mean, we've got the property, neighborhood park one is the Tuacahn Wash Parkway, or are you talking, because that's right where Solace is.
Mhm.
So I'm assuming that the park we'd be talking about would be the wash. Maybe a parkway or linear trail type.
Like the Arboretum kind of thing?
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
I mean, it's floodplain, it's floodway, it's susceptible to wash, to flood damage. So it's not something that you'd probably want to go up there and spend a lot of amenity
Yeah,
money on, but having, and I know it's probably coming up on your trail system, having the ability to connect the trail up to Hamlin Parkway and
Mhm.
from Pioneer and the existing trail up through there would be an important part of it. So I see maybe neighborhood park one changing from a neighborhood park to a linear parkway that would
Okay.
be able to connect that up. Neighborhood park two is, I mean, that neighborhood park one should probably extend all the way down to where the confluence of the two washes are by neighborhood park two. And I don't know that we need neighborhood park two for my mind. And then neighborhood park three is inside the Black Desert Project. They're bringing their own amenity complex. So wouldn't think that we would need that. Tell me about the cemetery park. I have this renewed interest for whatever reason in the cemetery now.
Yeah, I know. I talked to your wife yesterday. The cemetery, so I've been working with Sunrise with Vern. And we didn't know exactly where, so in this, they've kind of put a rough draft together, and as he was doing it, this is when we noticed all these things we need to, before we moved forward with it, things we needed to look at. But he's got in the plan an additional 4 acres. He just put it there where the park and the cemetery is now, because I don't know exactly where we're gonna look. I told him maybe South Hills, maybe, so he said, well, I'll just add it there, even
Is
though
it
there's not.
cemetery expansion?
Yes, even though there's not an additional 4 acres there, it's in the plan, and he didn't know where else to put it. So I think up there, if we did go further west, with all the work we'd do, at most we'd get an acre of usable space.
Yeah, it'd be an expensive acre.
Yes, it would. So that's why he put that there. But yeah, he is putting in there an additional 4 to 5 acres for an expansion or a new cemetery.
So if you're extending neighborhood park, is it more just trails that we're looking versus, because right now we got neighborhood park 1, 2, 3, and then you have all the trails of it. It doesn't sound like we're gonna do really park amenities in there, more just trails and
Yeah, I mean, that area shown on the map has been subdivided, so it's not a park anymore. It's
Yeah,
approved for
and-
lots.
And that was the question, because on here, it's got funds total cost 1.5 million.
Yeah.
So that's why I was questioning. I don't know exactly what that involved or.
You know, I
what
could
was
see
planned or-
neighborhood park one transforming into a trailway
Yes,
where you extended the trails.
which would be down in your planned trails.
and it is.
You'd keep
Yes.
that in there.
It's gonna tie
That's
out
what I
the Red
think. And
Mountain.
didn't part of the agreement that they've got to extend a trail through there, or there's a planned trail through along the river there, if I remember
Well, I
right?
think they bring the property.
Well, when we had this discussion, when we've talked just recently with Black Desert and the South Village of them, when they put in their improvements along Red Mountain, that they would put the trail in there. I think that'd be the same when Solus, if I'm not mistaken, when Solus comes and does their phase that does their Red Mountain up, they would also be installing the 10-foot trail along Red Mountain. So there's probably only, and when Regal comes in, Regal would probably be installing their roadway improvements and trail. So I don't know.
I don't think it's in the Solus. Solus is providing the property for the trail, but I don't think they're obligated to build.
Maybe not on this one where neighborhood park one is, but I would believe out on Red Mountain, they would be with their
Well,
road.
they don't, they're on, the trail's on the other side of the street from Solus on Red Mountain. It's on the Black Desert side all the way up. On the east
On
side of the
east
road,
side.
right?
Okay.
Yeah,
But
that's Black Desert all the way even across the Solids.
Yeah.
You might be able to hit Solace up for, doing the sidewalk, taking sidewalk and adding the trail along the north boundary where it ties back to Hamlin Parkway.
Mhm.
I think that one could happen up in
Which is
there.
what the Black Desert's gonna do. The east side will be trail. And
I think Black Desert's gonna do most of that trailway.
Yeah.
But the trail along the wash,
Yeah,
starts down at the confluence with Tuacahn and
Just north of the Tuacahn Wash.
And that's gonna run up behind Desert Village, and I think the property owners have set aside the property for the trail. But we're not able to exact trail improvements out of it unless they're coming in for zone change or something.
yeah. And as we went through this, and we don't know back to when this was in the plan previously, what Brad's thinking was when we looked at and saw 1.5 million, what park are we building for 1.5 million? Could be a pretty nice park. I mean, and when we talk about playground equipment, what that costs, that's some great playground equipment. So we just weren't sure.
It's like 3 swings and a slide.
But it's one to come back to Councilman Shakespeare's comment even from previously, though. I mean, building them and with the impact fees can be, I hate to use the word easy, but it's financially feasible. It's the maintenance of ongoing maintenance and staff that needs to do it. And so that's why our discussion back is, what do we really need? Are we looking at parks wise? Because it's that ongoing cost that really is what creates a strain in the long run for us financially.
Didn't we talk about it the last time we talked about parks eliminating some of these smaller
Yeah.
parks?
Yeah, I think 1, 2, and 3 go out and you figure out, and you got Goobler right there where you can,
Mhm.
your playground there. Maybe some of those funds go down to your planned trails. So you're assuring that you've got all that there for trails, but the other question is like phase 5 of Goobler. Do we want to go after the 10 acres or 20 acres or
10 acres.
10 acres of developable, it's in an area in a residential neighborhood that, I mean, maybe you do, I just think there's other areas in open spaces where your outdoor, your trail systems, you've got, we've got certainly expanding where BMX and though, we've got those lands that can be expanded upon as far as we do need a place for skate park. Yeah, I do think we probably ought to look at these and go, what exactly do we want? Because it's a maintenance that,
Mhm.
I look at the BMX track that's not in our city, that's adjacent to us, and 5 years, 8 years down the road, there's going to be some serious maintenance costs that are either coming out of your general fund or your sales tax rate. It's coming somewhere. So that's just how kind of thinking through that. So.
Maybe I ask a question here. Do we know what we have in the Parks and Rec impact fee right now, dollars and cents?
Off the top of my head, I don't, but Debbie's online and she could
Yeah, but-
look at her latest bank statement and get us that number.
because there are some
I'm sure
things that I
Debbie-
think we need to finish up to make it viable. I mean, the BMX parking and everything that we're waiting for funding for, if there was a change in use for the impact fees, we might be able to use some of that to complete that, waiting for the county to give us more money but it looks to me like there are some things that we could wait for and use the impact fees that we have for existing projects that we need to complete.
On that, the parking lot, I went before the Tourism Advisory Board last month and requested an additional 240,000. And about a week later, I received a message from Leslie saying the board recommended the additional funding for our project to the commissioners. They were just waiting to hear back from them and then get the paperwork done. So that usually takes about 2 weeks. So any day should be hearing on that. So. But all accounts from her and the board, it looked good. It's just up to the commissioners.
Yeah.
So,
Well, as you look at what we've looked at as far as scheduling dollars and cents for some of these parks, the impact fees could be used much better improving some of the things we've got.
Yeah.
I still wish we could get to the legislator and get the impact fees to include O&M costs.
well, for example, the Black Rock Playground needs to be replaced soon. It's of age that now we can't get replacement parts for it when things do break. So that's one we could definitely improve. So,
Yeah, and I'll just add, yeah, I think we could drop neighborhood park 1, 2, and 3 for sure. I'd love to see the skate park added into this if we can,
it
the
is.
new
It
skate
will be,
park.
yes.
in there.
In fact, it comes on here. He's got on the next page, he's got skate park 1 and 2, because the other one is still there. That's on page 13.
Okay,
The other one's still existing. So once that is removed, he's gonna add the skate park. Well, we'll just have 1, not 2.
and what is Tobler Park?
That is the orchard.
Okay, perfect.
And then there's also Graft Park, which is right across the wash from Benelli, which will all be, I'm assuming, unimproved trails and kind of a nature area type deal.
So interesting. It is, I forget her name that presented right before.
What?
Yeah. The one project that I thought might be qualified for the grant if we do it right is Tobler Park. You know, downtown access to your mountain biking and stuff like that. And, so we talked about trying to, but that one might, when you're talking tourism and,
Mhm.
again, we get the grant, we still have to maintain it down the road. And I think we expect that, but maybe that one does fall into that.
Danny, currently we have $622,000 in our parks impact fees.
Did we pull we'd had discussion, the adventure park?
Yes, it's been taken off of the impact fee analysis.
And you talked about some of the trails maybe coming off as well, or?
Yeah, Brock, if you can go down all the way to the bottom of the trail master plan. So there's a lot on here that I guess we can keep going down to all the way at the bottom. I've got the real trail master plan that has the streets and all that and the legend on there. There you go. We can start probably right there on Santa Clara Drive, all those trails that come off of Santa Clara Drive. So you've got, okay, so you got a trail coming off of Santa Clara Drive on Gates Lane, Old Farm, Lava Flow, and I believe it's Claude up through the proposed road up to where they wanted to do the tree farm. Keep in mind, all these bold red are paved, 10-foot wide, multi-purpose trails. These streets, at least 3 of the 4, are already existing with curb, gutter, and sidewalk. I don't see how we're gonna go in there and put a trail down the street. I mean, usually you consider the sidewalk the trail when it joins 2 trails. So I would recommend removing those off of these, off of the master plan. And then all the way on the furthest southeast corner of this, there's a paved trail going down the Tuacahn Wash, down there south of Summit Gym. I don't know if that's something that was planned or
St. George has had discussions with me in the last 2 weeks about that trail.
have they?
That it already exists on the north side of Santa Clara Drive,
Mm-hmm.
and they're looking at a plan now to connect it up with the Santa Clara River Trail down near Mathis Park.
Okay.
And so you would have trail connectivity all the way through Santa Clara down would tie to the river trails in St. George. And once you get on those trails, you're down on the Virgin and Washington City and everywhere. So that trail's a few years away.
Yeah.
There's some issues with that trail that they have to work out, but I think it's important to keep that one on there. It's going to be
Okay.
a long-term type of deal.
Yeah.
I think we want to keep it on. I agree with you, the lava flow trail, the trail that's gonna go up Claude. Those are probably gonna be street grid systems. The trail down through the vineyard subdivisions, 8, 9, and 10.
Mhm.
Those are improved subdivisions. I do think it might be important, and I know that, and we got that corridor from Vineyards 11 that goes to the river. Having the ability to maybe go down and have a pedestrian bridge that could access the unimproved trails on the BLM side
Mhm.
might be something you'd want to keep on the long term.
Okay.
I
Um,
agree.
the reason I say that is that there was the effort to do the Three Rivers Trail, the Gunlock to Zion
Mhm.
Trail. Just that might be the component of it
Okay.
that could be in Santa Clara. We do have the trail that goes up the river. That I recognize is not going to be an easy trail to get right away for. But having the ability to connect up to those trails coming up from St. George and the trails that are going to be in the county west of the city, I think is important.
Over
Make
the
sure we
west
get-
corridor.
Yeah, keep some
Okay,
connectivity that way.
okay. How about there south of the river? I mean, there's one particular right there, right just west of Claude, where it goes from hike, bike, horse to paved, back to hike, bike, horse, back to paved, back to hike.
I'd leave it hike, bike, horse. That's going to be really hard to pave that trail.
Yeah, but I mean,
And it doesn't go anywhere paved.
and that's the thing, it doesn't make sense to put paved trail in between two unimproved trails.
Particularly where you got BLM on both ends of it, that's
Yes,
going to be difficult to get right away for.
and the same with most of the trails over there. There's the one that goes north-south, which follows the ATV trail, the road, the dirt road. I don't know if you want to do that, a paved trail. I was thinking most of these on the south, we could keep them as trails, just do them unimproved instead of paved.
Yeah, if you wanted a trail on there, I'd follow the Western Corridor alignment. If you're thinking about a paved trail in Santa Clara, south of the river, follow, because I think you can get federal funds, active transportation funds like they're doing on the Southern Parkway and the Northern Parkway for a trail to follow that Western Parkway corridor.
And that yellow line far to the left, that is the western corridor.
Get the new one.
That's it right there.
City website or GIS has the new alignment.
Oh, does it?
That's the old one.
Okay. Okay, so that answers those ones.
Council, speak up. I don't want to dominate this. I think that south of the river is going to be a lot harder doing paved trails other than maybe the one that you've started already on Gates and
Yeah, we plan on continuing that one through Benelli and Gates and all the way down over to Claude.
that could tie into the Western Corridor trip.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, I think anything that gives connectivity to the master plan for the countywide, obviously those are the ones we're gonna want, but
Mhm.
some of those you're talking about, yeah, some of those are impossible to do right now.
Yeah.
Will be and are, and yeah, so.
I agree. If we can get that trail, I love the idea of a trail across the river to get to. That's my goal, is to get us over to Mathis Park and then on. to
Yeah.
The trails down by the
And the last-
river, so.
The last Trail Cat meeting I went to, they were talking about, basically Olive Grove is where their trails we needed to connect to, but they didn't have a plan as far as where that was gonna go yet.
They're working on the right of way right now from Olive Grove up to Mathis. And I think that one's achievable. They've got a couple of property owners, but a lot of the hard property owners are dying. Things are different. Next generation right of way acquisition is apparently a little easier. So,
Money talk.
but they've still got to get through the Sunbrook Golf Course. That's probably their biggest hurdle. But the old city golf manager is not there anymore.
Right.
And golf has gone from the top of the food pecking order to the bottom of the food pecking order in St. George politics. So
Hey.
I'm not ruling out a trail through the golf course after talking to the staff. So I think that river trail, keep that river trail.
Okay,
Then those paved trails is where the bulk of your money is on your trails, right?
yes.
Yeah, and that's probably, I mean, is it a 15-year lifespan on that asphalt, similar to you would find I'm just thinking for maintenance down there, as you
No.
build these kind of, is it?
And we've been, well, for example, the lava flow trail, and it's every 5 years at the most.
To resurface it
Yes.
or?
It'll last a long time as long as you do the resurfacing every
Yes,
5 years.
yes, it is not, yeah,
Okay, so it's on a
Just
5-year
maintenance.
maintenance plan.
Yes.
The asphalt remains.
yes, yes. We haven't had to redo the entire thing yet, but
The trail along the river that goes up to the hills. That's gonna be a road one of these days. Maybe we relocate it to the road. We do have a trail easement along the river, north of the hills already. And that does connect to the corridor and to the River Reserve Trail. So that's probably a good trail to keep on there. That one that goes north-south out of the hills, that follows the power line.
mhm,
I think you could replace that with the Western Corridor Trail.
okay,
Um,
just move it to the west.
Those others could probably be, unimproved trails. And then as the roadways go out to the Western Corridor, we just do the sidewalk versus trail, as part of the improvements.
Okay.
If it's ever allowed to develop, that's all on BLM.
Yeah. Next one I had a question on is coming off of Tamarack Drive up off of Canyon View. That, first of all, crosses the wash and then crosses quite a bit of lava and goes and ties onto the lava flow trail. That's gonna be a very expensive, short piece of trail. Do that paved.
I think it'll also be very objectionable to the people that are living along that side. Whether that's an easement issue or not. I think we have the easement for flooding and sewer and water lines, but
Wonder if you could
putting
replace,
people in there walking on a regular basis.
Yeah,
you could replace that one with maybe a trail that went all the way down the wash and connected the Arboretum up
Yeah.
to Pioneer Park.
That would be better than.
You could follow Dustin's not here, so we can pick on him. You could follow Dustin's sewer easement.
I was gonna say, could you bring it up from the Arboretum if you wanted along that?
Yeah, just follow that sewer line goes all the way up through there. You've got some right of way acquisition, but hey, we're gonna have that on any trail.
Well, and we're going to, I mean, as far as the sewer line, we've got to have the sewer line anyway. We've got to have maintenance.
Gotta have a
for it.
path.
Yeah.
and have that paved or unimproved?
It's unimproved, they wouldn't make it very far because they'd have a foot of clay on their sheet by the time they got.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. I guess you throw down some road bait.
There's some shoes left there.
You can lose more weight the heavier you get.
Yeah.
But you could go in there and put down some gravel and probably solve that. You've got unimproved trails in the Arboretum. Are you gonna try and improve that, connect to?
Not in the plan, no.
I mean, I could see it maybe going on the plan as an unimproved trail for now.
Okay, because it's
Yeah,
unimproved
or-
from Pioneer down to Tamarack, so just continue that down along the road there, the easement. Okay,
And then connect to every place you can, connect to Canyon View. There's 3 or 4 stub streets, and just make sure we got connectivity from the heights to be able to go down and get on that trail.
okay. Okay, that sounds good. And then we can go north, go up to Red Mountain. Obviously, the trail from behind Harmon's is already complete. This was done before that. So right there at the wash on that trail, Red Mountain Drive, going north, as Brock mentioned, we're in works with Black Desert. They're gonna put that in as part of their improvements. Also, the road going to the northeast off of Red Mountain, that first branch. Out there is where it gets questionable. I don't know exactly what all's planned out there. The big
Which one,
loop.
Mark or Brock, put your pointer on the one he's talking about, that one?
Yes,
Yeah.
they're gonna put that one in.
They're gonna come in with their own trail plan, I think, as part of their
Yeah.
project from what they've described.
Yeah, so do we want to keep all that out there to the east? Or just allow them to
The
do what they're
development
gonna do?
agreement, what's it say?
That was my question.
I don't know exactly on the trails. I know, I just from the discussions we've had with Patrick, it sounds like they want to have a trail system,
Mhm.
but it's one that in their design that functions within their development. So
I think the thing I would say is, don't take them off yet
Okay,
until we get his plan approved. So we use this to leverage him including it on the plan.
That's what I was gonna say. You're probably in the TRC and that you're probably looking at all this when you
Yeah,
get
put it-
into, no, hey, we've
move
got
them out
trails
date-wise.
planned in this area.
You know, put them 10 years away, but leave them on the plan. Then
Okay.
he'll have to provide, you know, the planning for him within his plan.
okay.
I think you're right. I think he wants to do it based on the conversation.
Yeah, the last meeting we had with him, he was pretty adamant that they're all about the trails, so. And then you can see just north of that, where that comes off Red Mountain, going up to the northwest, that's the trail following the wash, going up to that neighborhood park one we were talking about.
That would be that part. And I think that trail has a unique opportunity to do some fun stuff
Yeah,
with the linear park and some tree planting and some stuff like that. I think that could be a really fun park. And it's in a bit middle of a, you know, relatively one of our higher density areas
Yeah.
and provides good connectivity to other trails.
Mhm. Like it.
and that, Rock, you have anything else? I guess other than that, like, list of priorities, what's,
I have one request. With the new addition of the assisted living center. From where you turn into their development on the west end
Mhm.
and where our trail is, the tunnel comes out right there. There is nothing so if you're walking or biking along the parkway, there's nothing that will connect you to get to our trail system from that section.
Isn't that shown on the plan? The little tie?
from their development.
Yeah, from their development to the trail that's coming off the hill by the
So
tunnel.
where does it connect?
Yeah.
Right.
I was trying to figure that out the other day. Cause there's,
See the city limits line on this map aren't right. Toys. The city limits now is up here. This is the assisted living center.
right,
Right here, I thought we had a little connection shown right there that would tie that trail to the assisted living center street system.
I thought I remember that too through their plat, that there was a connection, just a gravel, might be just a gravel, but there was I believe, a connection to our trail system.
Fred and Casey just met on that yesterday, and he brought back a little bit of their discussion and shared it with me, stating that they would peel away from back of curb and meander down to tie into the north side of that tunnel to tie into the trail system.
where the catch base, somewhere by where the catch basin is, right there.
Yes.
Cool.
But this one is probably one that could go away.
yeah, that would be a tough trail to do.
And I guess I just wanted to add, even like connecting Arboretum to that unimproved trail, I mean, you can get to the Arboretum on a trail already from the heights.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know I mean, that would be nice to be able to walk on the other side of the wash and get to the Arboretum, but I don't know if it's essential.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if it's a matter of just a road along the sewer line that you've got to maintain in that.
Well, even if it's an unimproved trail along there, but a trail corridor.
Yeah.
Right now, it's private property and there's a sewer easement, but there's not a trail corridor. So it wouldn't take a lot to put some base in there to where you could have that unimproved trail network that's in the Arboretum down in the bottom,
Mhm.
connect that up to where you could take it all the way through there.
Yeah.
And then as those properties, you know, if we can pick up right away, go after right away grants or something, then it's on the master plan, gives us the ability to go after that.
Yeah.
Cause you could still have somebody come in and want to do some development in there.
Mhm.
So as far as priorities go, we'll just kind of run down what we need. Obviously, Tobler Park, the Orchard, splash pad. We have non-functional splash pad right now. When we do the parking lot, we're going to lose our skate park, and obviously a cemetery. I mean, the other ones we know where they're going for the most part. Cemeteries are kind of a different ballgame, but I can just get an idea of what you feel the priorities are moving forward.
Well, Hamlin Parkway is going to go out to when the road's built. I would think. You wouldn't build that trail ahead of the road.
Well, and that's the Hamlin Parkway Trail. I don't know who's building that. And I guess we are. Because
Unless we get the MPO to do it.
yeah, because we've talked, I was talking with Fred about, you know, Arcadia and that, and their agreement, it didn't say anything about the trail.
They
So,
dedicated the road yet?
No, Jim's had some discussion with Ben Willets about that in the Mylar, but he can probably fill you in at a later in the meeting, but it's been just on.
Good. Yeah, I was gonna say, we better see that dedicated before we see anything else.
I mean, wouldn't BMX and that parking lot, all of that area, I think from a
Number one.
just use, I mean, I'm just thinking of things that are gonna get used. I gotta believe that's gotta be the number one
Your skate park replacement,
skate park replacement and
the orchard, I think needs to be
Yeah.
fairly high. The stuff that we've made an investment and a commitment to already, like those types of projects, I think those should be the highest, and then you can follow them up with maybe some of the trails where we have the right of way.
Mhm.
That Tuacahn Wash Trail. You're getting development around there now, so that one could come on in a few years, I would think. Cemetery expansion's important, just find the right place for it.
All right. How about splash pad?
I get a lot of crap about not having a splash pad.
So do I. That's why I'm at-
Well, and I think where we've had one,
Mhm.
I mean, I think that
I think we need
we
one.
need to replace it. So in my opinion, it needs to be fairly high on the list.
Well,
I
just
agree.
for example, I've been working with the company that did the playground at Canyon View. And they've given us some concepts and some ideas. But for a recycling system with splash pad, it's roughly $200 per square foot. So we've kind of run some numbers, and to have one right now up there, the diameter of the splash pad we have is 57 feet. We went to 54, it's just under 500,000, and that's just for the splash pad, and doesn't include the building that would have to house all the equipment and everything. That's the splash pad, all the concrete labor and fixtures and toys and that kind of thing. So it's gonna be pricey.
well, yeah, that maybe when you ask that question, maybe the question back needs to be, what can we build? So we've got 700,000 in the account. I think, you know, BMX and all that's going to be a lot of that's grant money and some other things there. So we kind of worked through that, but Tobler, you know, I think we need to get a plan agreed to. I think that's knowing that really Tobler's probably a year from now, or maybe not quite that.
You gotta get some
Well-
plants, some trees in the ground. and some-
Well, that's next
Gonna
spring,
go
I guess, according to the schedule. But you're right. I think if we go another year after, like, we're gonna be lynched.
Well,
So
Jim was over there today with his tractor and blading it, so he's gung ho.
I'm not sure you're gonna be lynched if you do it or lynched if you don't do it. Because of the water situation, I see people going what's the city doing with a splash pad?
Oh, sorry, I'm talking Tobler. I'm
Yeah,
over at
I
the.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, the splash, I agree
I
with
mean,
you
the
on the.
splash pad to me is, I would really put it on the back burner until we find out what we're gonna do about water.
Well, that's why ours is off. It still functions, but because we turned it off for COVID. And then with the water, it's situated, we just left it off.
But with the new one, it would be recycled.
Yes, we wouldn't do one without having the.
No, yeah, and that's, yeah, this
Recirculating
one just
system.
goes right down the drain.
With reuse water.
I think we pulled a bunch of that grass out, which is great, but
Yeah,
Reuse.
the thought with
Oh, what was that?
the new splash pad, the discussion we've had of location. I think we shared is down by where the playground is. And next to the fire station, removing that grass, that turf that's there and putting it right there. So. Because, you know, we have families who, they get kind of split. Kids want to be down at the playground and that pavilion stuff down there. And then kids at the splash pad that we had it there, I think would help out with families. And you've got the big pavilion plus the little pavilion that's more to the southeast. And you remove the grass, so there's less water we'd have to be putting and watering that grass and maintenance that way. So that's a thought where we've had about relocating it there. And then we'd have to figure out what we do with what the splash pad that's currently.
that's what I think. I think we took a bunch of grass out. Sounds like we might take more, and I think the splash pad needs to go in to replace that. And to me, that's higher than the skate park. Because that services a lot more children and families than, I'm sorry, skaters. I'm happy to skate, but
Oh,
I think the splash pad is higher for me on the list.
Well, easier, and also I'll say easier on the splash pad, the fact that we have a location that we can go do. We haven't been able to determine, I guess, a real good location on the skate park. I mean, we've talked a number of locations, but we haven't.
don't
Finalizing
we
one.
Right off where the blocks are right now, just, I mean, Mayor, what's the risk down there? I'm just thinking visibility.
Well,
Right at the
At
the
Little League.
northeast corner of Little League off the fields there.
that's the new access, the new
It's the
road is gonna
access
go over there.
between
We
the
talked
wash.
about is going up there on that north side, but yeah, I mean, we've talked there, the parking lot, we talked across the street towards the Arboretum. We've talked up the Arboretum, we've talked below the basin. That parcel just north of where the dental office is, we've talked in there. We've talked parts of in Canyon View Park.
Can it not be where the splash pad is now?
Where the current splash pad is.
Where the skate park goes.
It would, well, it wouldn't be a very big skate.
It's a,
park.
yeah,
Which it doesn't have to be. If you look at Ivan's,
It
it's
doesn't.
not very big.
But I think it's really,
Parking, I'm
really
just thinking
nice.
Your parking, that's not a bad spot. If you're gonna move the splash pad, now you kind of put all those amenities in a, not a bad idea. That's not a bad.
I like it.
what I know, I think, and also the others we did, it was discussed also at Goodler, but up, where we did the flip blitz.
Yeah.
Up there on part where
North.
phase 4 was on that outside of field 4, yeah, has been discussed as well.
Only problem is if you're doing a trick on your skateboard and somebody hits a home run, you're. Watch out. But yeah,
We can put a net over it.
there you
Yeah,
go.
that's, I like keeping it close to our amenities where they're at. I like Goobler would be a great spot, Little League, where you've already gonna have parking and things like that, and close there. So you've already got but I get nervous moving on the other side of the Arboretum. Where now you're gonna have people, but I'd also like it where it's kind of in a visible location or,
Yeah.
just
Definitely.
for maintenance and, just security and things like that. So.
So on this list for the impact fee analysis on Goobler Park Phase 4, it says splash pad replacement 140,000. Is that number just way off or is that
No,
for something else?
Yeah, when I talked to him, he was still working it. When I brought this, I told him I needed a draft to bring to you. We haven't talked exactly numbers or anything. I just told him we need to replace the splash pad. So we haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
So that was just, I don't know where he came up with that number, but yeah, that's not even close.
Now it sounds like that number is $750,000 probably for the splash pad.
All said and done, really close. Well, and then that comes when you're gonna have a building to house the equipment. Do we put a bathroom in the building or do we put, kind of a snowball
You
effect.
already have bathrooms there.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, the
we would
bathroom-
look to go in the bathroom down there because the discussion was to put one there, because if you then were down there and you would need to use the bathroom, you've got to go back up to the other pavilion where the old splash pad is. Easier just once you're down there. And I mean, if a mom's got one kid who's got to go, you got to haul the kid, you leave your kids. I think putting the bathroom down there would be, once you're there, the bathroom side of it is just a small cost to add them on.
Dang.
Really?
More places to have a fire.
They're small cost items.
Like a minute walk.
Once the building's built, I don't,
Aren't there already two sets of bathrooms at Goobler right now? One
Well,
at
you
the
have-
pavilion and one at the,
it was a splash pad is now,
And one at the.
and in the middle.
yeah, one in
You
the
have- you
middle.
have three.
Yeah.
You have three. Am I missing one? So there's one at
Three.
the pavilion
No.
where the splash pad is now,
Mm-hmm.
one in the center,
One at the pickleball.
and one over
There's
at
one
the
at
pickleball. Yeah, I
The
don't,
one at the pickleball courts is the one that had the fire.
yeah, I don't think we need another bathroom down.
We're voting no for the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay. Well, and those bathrooms at the old splash pad, they are gonna need to be redone.
Those could use an update,
soon.
yeah.
They're,
Well, and maybe you look at moving that bathroom site and taking the bathroom out and expanding the skate park.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
so moving that bathroom over to where the new
Relocate
splash
that
pad would
bathroom
be.
down to the playground.
That's an idea.
There you go.
Yeah, taking that whole
That'd make
area
sense.
right there and make your skate park.
Yeah,
Skaters don't.
I like that location for the skateboard. I actually really like that location.
Yeah.
The school's close and.
Does that building have anything else but bathrooms in it?
It's just the equipment for the splash pad.
Oh,
There you go.
That's a great
I
solution.
yeah, I think we're,
So now can I have the bathroom at the cemetery?
It's a small cost.
Yeah.
I asked, and it's on the minutes.
so
And they laugh.
just reading my notes, Danny did not want the orchard, is that right? Or I couldn't, just I was writing quick. So, I mean, the reality is though, I mean, obviously your impact fees come in, you'll get more, but the reality is you're gonna need how much for, and I'm not looking through it for the BMX and that for the,
so the BMX, and we'll talk about in the budget discussion
Oh,
later,
okay.
but that's, we're using funding from RAP tax. That's we moved over to capital projects in there. So we don't need to use any of the current impact fees. We don't believe to do the BMX.
so then would we agree then BMX, get the designs for splash pad and what we just discussed, and then also Tobler kind of in those, and then I guess we can, be able to start reviewing and at least moving those forward and getting.
Okay.
And I would think we never did determine, are we going to do the Little League parking also?
We would like to, that was the BMX and all that parking Canyon View update was bottom with the Little League was phase 3. It was phase 1 was where the tennis courts are. Phase 2 was over by the pavilion, and 3, the Little League. So we're knocking out phase 1 and 2. We get that done, then we can go back to the county or even some of the grants that we just listened to from Ms. Cox to go back and add and work on the Little League.
Future, you've got a retaining wall, you gotta build, you got a lot of stuff you gotta build before you do it.
Well, what I'm looking at is the fact that a lot of the BMX people are coming down along the bottom and parking on that lower area. And, with the water situation we've gotten running off, it's very hard to get people across through there, but if we do have an ability, to me, it would be advantageous to do it all.
Mhm. Well, with the parking lot design with phase 1 and 2, we're looking about 170, 180 parking spots. So that should alleviate a lot of that parking down on the bottom.
Right.
Not all of it, obviously, especially when they have a big event, but yeah, I see what you're saying. But it's definitely in the plans.
I was gonna ask, what's the 800,000 for Swiss Memorial Park? Is that to put in the splash pad there?
It
was
a river?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that would just really transfer from there to Goobler.
Okay.
So
So we would pull 1, 2, and 3 out of there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then what's the 792 for the Arboretum?
I don't know. I don't know if that's acquiring the wash. I don't know what that is. Cause this says what percentage we have of the arboretum done already. And I'm not sure. I'm not clear on that. I don't know what there is left of the
I think
arboretum.
A lot of these numbers and projects are based on the 2018 plan.
Yes,
Yeah. So would that come out? I
You
mean,
could
I'm
go,
not thinking
let's
what we
see.
would do in the arboretum.
And
Then go to the end and there's some tables and cost estimates.
Mhm.
And you
appendix.
can go to the arboretum and you can see what improvements are in there.
Funny thing down there, when you go to that, I think Arboretum's only at 60,000 an acre, but it's still 396
Yeah.
because it's only 50% attributable to new growth.
To me, it looks like it's all right of way acquisition.
Yeah.
You're buying 13 acres, you're halfway done buying 13 acres of ground is what it's cost based on. He does have a trailhead under the next one at the Arboretum.
And a few of those trailheads I look at and I'm like, not sure that, a trailhead at Ocotillo, Lava Ridge Intermediate and Paradise Village. I don't know that we need trailheads at all three of those locations that are all right there. Or any of them really. So
I wouldn't think you would. You may want a
Right.
trailhead at right as you cross the wash where the existing trail is now, where you go north, there's a little teardrop piece of property that would make a really good trailhead.
fucking going up like Red Mountain.
You could jump on, it's kind of a junction of a whole bunch of trails. You've got the new paved Red Mountain going north. You have the paved trail along the wash. You have the potential future trail along Tuacahn. You got a junction right there and you got a piece of unusable property you can probably get donated. I'd look at those for trailheads. Maybe a trailhead over by Jacob Hamlin. That little piece of city property you got over there, adjacent to the river, easy to jump on Gates, easy to jump on Santa Clara Drive, the junction of those multiple trails
Mhm.
on a piece of property that we don't have to pay money. Adjacent to a road.
That'd be a perfect place to put the codes to scan that the university did. Show where you're going and give you some information. So, yeah.
And I think on there you have the trailhead at Chapel Street, but I think that's going to be your Tobler Park. But down on there, I mean, that's where that one
Exactly.
is going to be. So I'm going to remove that one too. Your Tuacahn wash is in there, could be that one that you just discussed. So.
Okay, well, look at that and bring us something back.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Item 3A3, tentative budget review. Miss Bannon, are you still with us?
I sure am.
Good to talk to you.
Yeah, good to be heard. How are you?
She will be seen in a couple of weeks when he comes back for the final budget adoption in June.
Yes.
She'll be,
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, you're Debbie leading.
Debbie's gonna just add to whenever is needed.
You got the floor, Deb.
Will you let me share my screen, please?
Oh, yes, I need to do that.
See, screen share. All right, can you guys see that?
If we get it done right.
Not yet.
Oh, I guess I have to hit share. Sorry about that. Whoops. All
Hey.
right, okay, so you can see my express, okay. So the one that I submitted to Selena, there's been a few tweaks since, because we're just trying to get it all fine tuned. So very small changes. Overall increase from last year budget to this year is 2%.
Yeah.
Ask her, Debbie, can you zoom in on that
Zoom
spreadsheet?
in on it,
It's pretty,
Deb.
pretty fun. Small here for us to read.
Little teeny changes and little teeny text.
Any luck? Did that help?
Yeah, keep
going.
going though.
Bigger, please.
Sorry, say that again.
Zoom in a little bit. more, please. There we go.
Yeah, now we're getting where I can read the numbers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. So the one that you have on, that was in the packet, it's a little different, but nothing major changed. It was just fine tuning everything. So we're 2% up from last budget year. And we're trending pretty good in line with our budget from the last numbers. And in the packet, there's the financials year to date. So let me guess, I'll need to do that. Is that better?
I'd go a little bit more, please. There we go.
Okay. The problem is I can't show you the notes.
All right.
Okay, so nothing really major in the taxes. We're just estimating a little bit bump up. Licenses and permits. And I'm gonna kind of run through this quickly because so stop me if you have questions is my point. But so licenses and permits is up due to the new business. The homeowners needing to, for the rentals, have a business license. So we've estimated that up. The fire EMS reimbursement's up a little bit just due to the budget. The budget's higher, so the Ivans pays 56% and we pay 44. Sorry, I've got a new puppy, and if you can hear him running up and down the stairs, I apologize. So on the Ivans court reimbursement, it is lower due to last year how we budgeted. I'm netting it accounting wise, so the budget looks really high, but you can see the actuals only 39,000. So 60,000 is after we net expenses and what we will be reimbursed for the taxes, or sorry, permits and fees. So it looks a little off, but that's why. And so please let me know if you have any questions about that. Again, the ambulance line revenue before it was an actual expense line that we had in the Ivans, the fire budget. I don't know why I keep saying Ivans. And so this payment, so we pay 50% of Ivans to Ivans for the revenue on the ambulance. And now instead of it hitting an expense line in fire, it will be netted against the revenue we receive in total. So that's why that's like half. Nothing else really big there. Miscellaneous revenue, we're estimating higher due to the interest rates on the miscellaneous income. It's the only big change there. Swiss days, similar. And then the transfers in and out, this is just the difference here is what we needed to make the budget balance last year. And this year we only need 140. So that's good news. And speaking of that, we're still trending at like 29% of unrestricted fund balance, which is great. Justice Court, we've got the new judge.
Sorry, Deb. Any questions in regards to the revenue for the general fund?
We're transferring, that number was 130, something like that.
147 from
147.
fund balance is what we have budgeted. As Debbie said, last year we had even a larger number, and we've had to do that in previous years, but how the years have transpired, we have not actually had to ever use that fund balance at the end of the year. We actually have ended up putting money back into the fund balance. So that's what we will hope next year as well, that we won't be using any of that 147. We actually will be able to put money back into the fund balances as well. So
Actually 140, but
All right there.
can you see my screen okay? I mean, is it still pretty small on your end?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
what's that?
I think you can drag those names out of the way, your name and the city council thing, using that little gray box if you want.
According to my screen, none of that's on there. I literally am just
Does it-
showing my,
Right next to the
Rectangle
spreadsheet. No, 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 no,
Down in the
no.
middle.
Yeah, up. There
There
you
you
go. That's better.
Brock, is it 30%? The unrestricted is the, are we still held to 30, cap 30%, 35?
35% now,
Okay.
yes. We dropped down a little bit because we've been transferring money to the capital projects fund, which brought us a little bit less than the 35. So
How much do we have in there right now? Do you know?
in capital projects,
Mhm.
800,000, I believe is what we have in there is 800,000.
Okay.
So, which is, we have there, well, she'll hit the capital projects. I'll let her.
Sorry.
no, total right now is almost 1.294. Because we moved that restricted wrap tax money from the general fund down to the capital projects fund. So that's what that 494 is. And then from the previous years, we moved excess fund balance into capital projects. Good?
Yep.
Oops. Come on. All right, so moving on to the, oh, go ahead.
Oh, nothing. Go right ahead, Debbie.
So Justice Court, I was saying the new judges in there, so it makes payroll higher. Nothing there to touch on unless you have any questions. We have the I'm sorry, I'm gonna try to make this because actually I'll change this.
Your home insurance certificate? Is it yours personally?
We had did, but I'm talking
Not like that.
on the justice court one.
Of the
Are you good? I hear,
salary.
Yeah, we're good.
okay. All right, well, IT services is a big part of the admin budget. However, that's one that's part of the shop funds that gets distributed between the other funds. The solid waste disposal contract, we're anticipating it being higher, so that's a big ticket item in admin. We have our Snow Jensen for legal, and then your audit, and then professional services, we have the Blackboard. Yeah. Just the typical stuff. We have nothing out of the normal. Sorry. We've got 2 new servers and some laptops scheduled to buy. And then we're leasing now vehicles instead of buying them. And so there's 2 vehicles for the office staff to use on hand rather than driving their own personal vehicle. So that puts the admin budget at 1.384. Police, of course, we just take what they give us and then take the 46%, and that turns out to be the 144. And then we have fuel that we have to pay for. So total of 1.5. Fire. And if I'm going too fast, please stop me. Fire is up 6 full-time employees, hence the jump in salaries from last year to this year. And in the packet that I did send, because I know Denny had a question about the numbers like that wildland repair looking really large. I don't know if you can pull it up on your screen. I believe you can. It was, I know the page numbers, I don't have it marked, but it was in my packet, it was like page 8. There's a different layout of the budget that makes it a little more, makes more sense. You have any questions there? I don't. Total budget is 2.862 and ours is the 46 and Ivan's pays the 56. Any questions so far?
Keep going.
Building. We do have we've got the covered parking lot still in there, budget wise. We've had it in there for the last few years, I believe, so I'm not sure if we're gonna make that happen this year or not, but so there's 90,000 in improvements, but all in all, they're lower than last year's budget. So. Public Works,
Hang on there for a sec, Deb.
Okay.
Cody, did you get your Relief Society building repairs in there?
Well, those will happen, in this current year's budget will be paid for. You're talking the flooring and that. Yeah.
So you're doing that this year?
Yep.
Man, not only are we tightening our belts, but there's some screws tightening as well.
Pretty much. You'd be glad to see me go, buddy.
Relief Society, do we have a Relief Society room?
Yeah, we got a building full of termites.
Oh,
Oh, lovely.
We have a wood floor anymore. It has this little sawdusty dirt thing.
Who knew?
We have to tent it? What do we do? What are we doing?
tenting?
We're encasing the whole thing in concrete. We're gonna show them.
That's true. We're going to remove it and raise the grade up, abandon the original floor system, pour a concrete pad, come back, well, wait, pre-treat with termite or pre-treat the termites, come back in with a concrete slab and then roll the wood floor, rebase, and hopefully it'll be good for another 150 years.
Awesome.
Okay.
How many stalls at covered parking? I'm still on the covered parking thing, like.
17.
No.
The covered parking's only been in the budget for approximately, I'll put it on 6 years running. And just when it comes time at some of the year, it just says, well, we can hold off another year. And that's what we've done.
Do we have a design or do we have, you got it up there?
Yeah,
That's
I want to cut it back to
That's-
16 and I want to cantilever putting the post forward on the west side of the parking lot. So you can actually open your doors when you're under the covered parking.
Hmm.
Similar to what you'd see at Tag and Go or Dino Wash. Out the arched roof, just a flat
Oh.
shed style roof.
I was thinking.
And the discussion has been
Colored arch roof would be sweet.
out here on the west side along the wall toward.
Yeah, just
that-
along the
that
wall.
Section right there.
I-
It's not like obtrusive to people driving by and seeing, so.
Yeah,
Jim gets a vacuum.
I'd like to see that. We'll see where we end up.
Like I say, it's like 6. I mean, it's seriously 6 to 8 years. This thing has been
As long as
discussed.
I've been
and-
on council.
Yeah, it's been in and it just is an easy one when things are going. It's like, we'll just put that on hold. So.
We talked about solar on that at one point as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been around.
Vacuums and
Termite,
car chargers.
termites for parking.
Probably should put one out with a car charger out there.
Let's just get the cover. The way the design though.
Oh,
Okay, we've lost control of the group. Go ahead, Debbie.
All right, moving on, Public Works. Nothing big here. We do have 25,000 in the engineering services for Vineyard Drive design. And there is the public transportation, I cannot talk, sorry. Public transportation, at your request, Mayor. Hopefully that will go through. I haven't heard.
Budget too.
It looks like, yeah.
We need to write that check. I need to put some pressure on those guys. Okay,
It's in the, it's in the,
Yeah.
good to know. Thank you.
Okay. And they've got a backhoe purchase they're looking at for 8,500. Other than that, just operations as usual. Parks. Nothing out of the blue here. They do have a purchase 104,000 in capital projects for equipment for lease backhoe, walker mower, AVI field groomer. So that's the parks. And a vehicle lease as well. Swiss days. Just little increase of revenue and expenses. Fireworks, I know that's been brought up, but nothing's been budgeted, so.
We need parking, covered parking.
Economic development. The salaries is up a little bit just because of Jim's salary I changed the allocation, or Brock had me change the allocation. And there is the puzzles, so it's up quite a bit overall because of the puzzles.
But it's coming back.
It's what?
It will come back.
Wait till the revenue comes in.
You just wait. Just-
Which is probably, if I remember, we probably don't have anything budgeted
No, we don't.
new coming in, so,
Yeah.
which, yeah, we probably need to
Do we even know what we're gonna sell them for?
25?
They're 12 at Lynn's. Hopefully we can get 25.
That's all the budget.
They ain't 12.
Are they 15 or something?
No, they're
To be.
they're 20 or 25.
Yeah,
right?
25 bucks. What's
And
6
how,
by 25? There's your revenue line. It's easy.
Plus you're buying the big one for your office, I heard.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's, I
Yeah.
am buying.
it's 100, it's,
Apparently.
I think it's $75,000 in puzzles I think you buy, because I think the total was 150 between their Dowdle puzzles fee and the purchase of the puzzles, I believe.
I think you're right.
Around 50 grand.
Yeah, we're supposed to break even, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that'd be nice.
Piece of
Yeah.
cake.
Yeah. Child's.
We'll have to go put some more revenue in there. We probably get this thing with no fund balance to be needed. With that
All
revenue.
because of our puzzles.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
Remember how they laughed when we brought
Because
it
they
up the first
expense
time?
didn't show any revenue for it.
okay, I will make sure I understand the number to put in there and get with Brock and update that.
Okay.
So that puts us at a total general
Oh, I'll buy it.
expense of 9.1, again, just up 2% from last year, so not too bad. We have about 400,000 left to spend as far as the ARPA funds that were given to us. And I know Brock's has a spreadsheet of different projects and stuff that we're gonna be able to spend that. Moving on to impact fees. Again, we estimated 55 building permits. I know that's, who knows? It's hard to say where we'll come at, but we're going with a very safe number of 55. And then in the actual, so that's the revenue side, the expense side. Under Public Works, we've got a traffic signal for Red Mountain and Pioneer Parkway in there. And then the bonds payment on the bridge. Tobler Farm, we've got some tree money in there. And then just the other bonds payments. Any questions on that?
Oh, yeah. That's some engineering services.
All right. We can go to capital projects.
Capital projects, again, that's what we have in there since we moved the RAP tax restricted funds there. We have the just shy of 1.3. And we're hopefully going to get another 240,000 from the county towards that for the BMX park. So you can see the BMX parks right there for $1 million estimate. And Vineyard Drive is the other one that we have planned for capital projects. Moving to the water fund, unless there's questions. We're estimating we're gonna need to use the impact fees. That's helping us balance this project because we've got a lot of projects in this year. So you move down to the actual expenditures. And nothing as far as regular. It's out of the norm, but we have Solus, Black Desert upsize, PRV upsize, Eaton app, Crestview irrigation line, which is huge. 500,000, right, Brock? Something like that.
Yeah, $510,000 for that Crestview irrigation line, which is impact fee eligible as we go forward, which is why we're using impact fees on the revenue side that we have to balance with. That's in there, but that also is. Do we end up doing that project?
Have we
Oh.
got a number from the district, the school district? Because they at one time said they would participate in that to buy the material or whatever.
I don't have one. I don't know if Dustin's been with them to see what they would do. So that's something I can get with Dustin when he's back next week to get with the school district and see what their participation level would be in that project.
All right, the water shares purchase impact the 100,000s. Impact fee eligible. Nothing else big there to note in the water fund. So total of 3 million. Sewer fund revenue. The sewer fees is up a little bit due to the increased price, Brock. Did
Correct.
Yeah, up it. And then there are improvements. We have the upsize of Silverado and Solus. And then a backhoe purchase here as well.
Yeah, you've probably seen that backhoe purchase on a number of them. That's because it's shared throughout those Dustin's funds that he has. And so they just split it up.
Yeah, it was up in water as well. All right, moving on to the one we love so much. Electric. So if that residential is based off of a forecasting number from historical. If you look at current actual, we're only at 3.3, so I'm not sure where that's going to pan out, but just using the forecasting mode here. Power cost adjustment, another big one.
Ooh. That one hurts.
Yeah, it does. It's big.
It's literally third.
We still have 2 months left and it's already at 1.7, so. But we're going to be conservative, hoping that it will adjust, not be so brutal for residents. And then again, in the impact fee reserve, so we have to use 323,000 to make the balance using fund balance, but 453,000 we're using of the impact fees because there's some projects that I'll discuss real quick down below, but it's purchasing poles and the bond payments, they're both impact fee eligible. So it's putting the power budget at 8.5. Definitely the biggest. So just lots of nothing too big as far as besides power purchase. Generator fuel, we're of course still anticipating it to continue to rise. That's the principal that I was, or the bonds that I was saying that's impact fee eligible. And then it says we're just guesstimating a lot to buy power.
We are hopeful that it will be cheaper as well. You can, the current year, we're already at 3.7. We're hopeful that we won't have the couple big blurs that we had January, December this next year. Hopefully we'll have a better overall year and we won't hit quite that high. So.
And hopeful that our generators are going to be fully functioning. Right? Something like that. So any questions so far?
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Okay, continuing on to the storm fund revenue. As far as we have some expenses that are impact fee eligible, so we're using the impact fee reserve account for the master plan engineering and the Vineyard Drive project. It's master plan and engineering services. And then the 200,000 for Vineyard Drive. So overall salaries throughout is 6.5, 6.6. Then on the attachment in the council documents, there is the financials. And again, we're looking good. We're in good position for the year. Did you want me to review that or?
Do you guys,
We have
I
to.
think we can go
Yeah.
through it.
yeah, yeah, we have to have them presented to, the council has to have them and presented, so. But there's, if you've reviewed the current year's financials, which you kind of see as you went through here, because there was the actual for this current year, you can see where we're at. But if there's any questions in regards to the current year's financials, Debbie and I are happy to answer those.
Can you send us the updated changes that she presented? Since it's different than what was in the packet.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, that even between now and the first meeting in June, when we adopt it, we're going to keep working, trying to get us, we'll update that revenue and keep trying to tweak where we can to make sure that we've got it in a good spot. The one thing also, property tax, that one will change. Usually we get that, the county sends us the final sheet that we have to approve on what our exact revenue number will. We usually get that around the first week of June. So usually we make that change once they say the mill levy rate and here's what you'll be. So that'll be kind of our last probably adjustment will be that number. So, but we'll I get this to you. Debbie can send this one to you. Plus just let FYI that we'll keep tweaking over the next couple weeks as well. So.
Am I okay just to email it to you guys or do you want it? Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yep. Email that out will be just fine.
I will get that out to you this week. All right, any other questions for me?
How's the fishing?
Actually, Scott has our new pup out doing it right now. So it was opening last weekend and his cousins came up from the cities, the Twin Cities, and they caught over their limit on crappie. So they had to leave us some.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
Hey.
good. Got to get out here.
I knew. Sure do. What are you doing this weekend?
You what? I missed it. It cut out.
Oh, yeah, Deb.
All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate all your help and support.
Okay, item A3A4, discussion regarding building height definition.
That's the one I've been waiting
I
for.
figured you were chomping down there.
I appreciate the wait. Good evening. This agenda item is brought before you to review the height of a building as defined by Santa Clara City Ordinance 1708-010, as well as the additional ordinances that pertain to the maximum height of primary structures. After a review of the current ordinance, I'd like to review 3 scenarios and discuss proposed alternate language to better define the term building height. The first ordinance is the one that we use the most. The other 2 really don't pertain, but when I searched, I wanted to find everything that I could that covered the height of primary buildings. Because there are other in working here, there's sometimes you find contradictory language. So I hope that I found them all. If not, I'm going to lean on Jim a little bit more and we'll get through this. But right now, as the ordinance it's not it's in the ordinance, but it's just a definition. So 1708-010, height of a building, the vertical distance from the grade to the highest point of the coping of a flat roof or to the deck line of a mansard roof or to the height of the highest peak of a pitched or hipped roof The grade shall be the elevation of the sidewalk at the center point of the sidewalk in front of the dwelling if there's no if no sidewalk exists by the crown of the road. So to that I owe Councilman Drake an apology because we talked about that and he remembered it being measured from the sidewalk or crown of the road. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. So I apologize for that. You're absolutely right. The next one, 172140, that's for subterranean homes. And then 177404 addresses the historic district. It talks about the average. I don't know that we will mess with that much. We may just leave that. I think we want the downtown area to feel the way it feels, and we would match heights on the average as we develop and improve in the old township. So the proposed language. You're doing a good job keeping up without me saying down, down. Thanks, Brock. So this is what I put together, and it's hard to write something that's going to cover every scenario. So I took the first or the top three that we readily see and tried to write a definition around it. Building height, the vertical distance measured from the average natural grade of a building pad or approved finished grade of a building lot, whichever is applicable, to the highest point of the building or structure, including architectural features, chimneys, and rooftop mounted equipment, with the exception where there is a difference in grade, where there's a difference in finished grade on a lot of parcel, the building height needs to be changed from may to shall be measured from the average grade height as measured between the upper grade and the lower grade with the following restrictions. And I just put restrictions, difference in grade can't exceed 10 feet. And then the height will be measured from the average grade point, not to exceed 35 feet. So my scenarios is I started with the difference in grade in the diagram, and that's our walkout basement. So you take the average grade from the upper to the lower. It essentially gives you it gives you 40 feet in overall developed height. So you're pulling 35 feet from the average grade up to the peak 35 feet. So it lowers the overall height to 30 from grade, but from the walkout basement height, the walkout basement gives you 40 feet. Any questions or comments on that?
As it's written now, if the sidewalk's out of the street on a walkout, you could go 35 feet from that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other comments or suggestions? I'll keep going. So the next one, the next one addresses the scenario that I first mentioned in the new proposed definition of the building pad or approved finished grade. So this is when a developer comes in and makes pad ready lots, we approve those elevations. And so this would be, we would measure from the pad up to the top, not to exceed 35 feet. Regardless of what the native grade was prior, the new established grade, which was approved through the subdivision process, would now be the established grade.
Question, just quickly, that when you say the finished grade, is there anything that is applicable to the road? In my mind, I don't ever want to see a homes that are below grade, below the road level, so that all the water is funneling towards the home. So with this, when you say finished grade of the lot,
The approved grade on.
the approved
top.
grade would have to be above the road.
So when
Okay,
you do the subdivision review, we're gonna go through
make
that.
sure that that's done. Okay,
Good.
And I like this language. I mean, take my lot. I've got 6 feet or 5 feet of variation from one sidewalk to a lower sidewalk. And so where are you measuring that from? This gives a padded out lot. You've got 35 feet from there.
yeah, I think it standardizes, it makes it a lot easier.
It does.
And I think moving forward with through our subdivision process, we're going to ask for finished pad elevations on each lot. We want to see where they're at, and then
Probably have to put an exception in there for your hillsides. Where you have a, like, for example, the Joe Platt subdivision, 1B's got that, those lots that are on the hillside. You're gonna have a driveway go from the street up. So you'll have an approved pad, but it'll be way above the street. That makes sense?
yeah, but that would be an approved pad, so they would be able to accomplish 35 feet on top of that pad.
But that approved pad in that case won't happen until he comes in for building permit. So see what I'm saying? Because those hillside committee approved the subdivision, but asked that when they do the finish grading pad or plan on the building permit, then they come back to hillside. And so you would get that approved pad elevation as part of that second hillside review. Just
Mhm.
allow that to happen, because that's probably the best way that that's going to happen.
Well, and then hope that we're not putting 35 feet of house on those particular lots.
You'll have, that could happen. I mean, the way it's written right now, you're going to approve a pad. They could go 35 feet above that pad. Now they're back set by the hillside, so it's probably not a big deal because the hill's right behind them going up, but I just need to make sure your language covers that. Just run through a scenario, Jim, and make sure the ordinance fits it.
Okay, and then the third would take, this is a rare case, but it would take the individual that owns a larger parcel that's entitled to one home and has a rolling grade. So you would take the average rolling grade. That would be the established or the 0 point of the measurement up to a maximum height of 35 feet again. So they couldn't, this prevents them from maybe playing king of the hill, coming and mounting 8 or 10 feet. They would be restricted to the average native grade. That was my thought process when I wrote that.
So Cody, would you require in the plan they're gonna shoot the corners and give you the elevations at each property corner and then say, hey, our pad's at. I'm just thinking where that happens,
You're talking about
you
this
provide that on
particular,
a site plan, I guess, with the elevations and,
this particular case?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I would ask for off of a topo, I would ask for an average grade, and then we would establish it. And we could put it on the site plan, sure, and then I'm going to go out and verify it.
So in your plan review, you'd require a topo as part of the,
No, I'm not, but in this case I would. These are so rare. But yeah, I would be very conscientious with this type of development. 35 feet's up there. I mean, we don't have a lot of homes that hit that unless we go across the river. But I think the newer stuff like Solus, Desert's Edge, even what's proposed with Clayton Levitt, we're not going to see these heights. Yeah, I think just across the river, the Rowan, Sycamores, the Hills, Phase 3. So outside of
Looking at the swamp cooler up there.
the mics are running nothing tonight. So outside of adding language to take into consideration hillside development,
it's the way.
Yeah, take in that case where you've got the pad. That'll be established later. It won't be established at subdivision. Yep, exactly. When you approve the subdivision plat, you won't have that approved pad elevation. So that'll be done later subsequently. You'll still get the chance to approve it, but it won't happen until later.
are you interested in, I mean, we could address this with this through the subdivision process and put height limitations, restricting those certain lots to say 25 feet.
I don't think it's a big problem. It's just, you just need to be careful that you get some input on that approved pad definition. You're still gonna run through, this ordinance works for it. It's just, you're not gonna approve it at plating. It's gonna be done subsequent to plating.
Yeah.
Cause you won't know where to put it. Till they're gonna come up with a concept. They're gonna take that grading back through Hillside, make sure the geotechs and all the Hillside, everybody's approve it, and then they'll establish the pad that you're gonna measure the height off of. Going through Hillside, you could limit it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the exception, is that you don't wanna, you don't want it to break the ridge on the hill or do something like that, so, but you could limit that as part of that subsequent review. I don't know that I would put a number to it. I would just, when you come back and do that second review, you'll establish that as part of that Hillside review.
Well, I worked with Jared on, it was a lot 37 across in this latest phase of Joe Platts. That has the road you're going up to. I worked with him and asked him to put an elevation on that.
Did he?
I don't know.
Was he must have been magic that day.
Well, we worked on a number of things with some grading, like we asked them to cut in the driveway, show us where that was going to be, and he said there was one flat spot that worked for the house. Tell me where it's at. He was taught by the best. He's pretty magic.
No doubt in my mind that it can be done until the architect gets a hold of it and changes the perimeter of the house.
No.
And then you'll have the scenario you got in the hills right now.
Bottom one?
When they combine lots and then they put basketball courts inside them and. Just take the ordinance you got right now and run it through what you know you've already seen and make sure it works.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe some of the more challenging ones you've had, just see, and some of those, I think they're, like you said, the ones we're talking about with over here at the hill, you know, for Joe Platt is rare.
They're rare.
But
We'll
it's,
see a lot of them.
you know, and so it's, but this does give clear delineation. This is really well, I think you've seen most of, so this does give it, I do like breaking it off a grade and setting an elevation. And
Is there anything else you would recommend that I add to it outside of those 3 cases with the?
I think it might just be language like the mayor is saying is how do you, that gives you a way to review, you know, through the Hillside that allows just some what you don't want is someone to come in and say, well, I meet all this. And I don't know exactly what that is, but maybe just something that gives you the ability and special conditions to set that elevation or, you know, however that is. I don't know exactly what that means, but
It has to do with establishing the approved pad grade.
yeah.
You want that defined. Yeah, because once that, if you establish that approved pad grade, your ordinance works.
And they have it on the one, which is rare, like you said, but in the case that you're discussing, it might be something, you know, it might be nothing more than in the instance of where the Hillside Committee gets involved. Maybe at that point, there's some language that allows you to establish that grade through the review process of the home.
And that would be an established and then approved
Yeah,
grade and approved by Hillside.
You have to establish that approved grade.
Yeah, it sounds like we cover it with like a caveat just for this scenario.
Yeah.
Because the established approved pad grade's pretty simple everywhere else.
Yeah, you have it everywhere else, and it might just be specific to when
It's
the Hillside Review Committee.
It's when you've got this slope going away from the road and the lot's oversized, it's way big to give them the flexibility to locate it on there
Mhm.
and criteria. But you don't know what that is until later on when the home is designed. Yeah. Right. Yep. You're gonna record Yeah, you're gonna record that plat without an approved grade on that lot.
Yeah. I don't want them to.
There's another one coming. And when Keith Goober comes in, much more of the same. And when they start doing the edge up on top, you'll have some more.
Or wait, where's that?
The
Patrick's project.
Edge of Grand, or not, what's it called?
Oh,
And the PD might.
Grand
be-
Desert?
Edge of Grand Desert up on top of the hill.
right.
The,
It
the
wraps
P-
around the back to get up there.
Mhm.
yeah, the PD would probably cover a lot of that in there. You know, it could be something that could be covered in that as far as.
Yeah, but I can see him asking for more approvals, just like Joe did, where the lot boundary's established, but the pad's not.
Yeah.
And that part of that hillside process will establish that approved pad.
Perfect. Thanks for your input.
Thank you, Cody. The one you've all been waiting for,
More.
3A5, discussion regarding the solar net metering policy.
More power.
You got it all written already?
No. Good evening, Mayor and Council. With the power cost adjustment, since that's really hit in December, we have a lot of customers ask about solar. So I'd just like to discuss it with you if we can about, if we want to relook at our solar policy and what we're allowing, so it makes it easier for customers. We got a lot of customers that would like to add more solar to their home than they're currently allowed to. And as well as the solar reliability charge, it doesn't make it as friendly to get solar. Doesn't pencil in as good for them. So we can go down to the next slide. Go down to the next. I kind of told up what we're on the revenue side. Well, first of all, with the solar reliability charge, and that's what UFS has suggested, is that $4.05 per kilowatt installed to help with maintenance and that. But a lot of the cities, some aren't charging an SRC charge, some are. So we're kind of in the middle. This is just a scenario I ran through. Okay, if we just lowered it in half, and if I remember right, is the original 10 or so, or they're paying that
They're on
205.
the lower right.
They're on that
Right.
lower side. And that was gonna hold for 10 years, and they were gonna be bumped up to the 405 like everybody else. They were grandfathered in when we changed it. So this is my suggestion, but I'd like to get your thoughts as well. If we lower the SRC charge to the 205, that'll reduce our revenue about in half. So with the customers that we have now, it would reduce that to about $7,683. And then if we allow them to put more on their home, I mean, it'll affect that as well. The next thing I'd like to talk about is maybe raising the cap. Scroll down to that. This chart kind of shows the comparison between Santa Clara, St. George, Washington, Hurricane, Rocky Mountain, and Dixie. So you can kind of see on the solar reliability charge, we have a couple of options that we added under Santa Clara. Whether we go the 405, the 205, or take it out completely. St. George, they charge by how much is actually produced, not by what's installed. And that could make it a little more friendly because you're not going to produce what you actually install. There's losses and they're not 100% efficient. So that's a little bit more friendly doing it the way they do it. Washington and Hurricane do not charge an SRC charge. Rocky Mountain pays so much. I think that's how much is produced as well, along with Dixie Power. The excess that we credit, we buy it for 6 cents. So does, well, Dixie's close to 6 cents, but the others are 4 cents. So, I mean, we're paying a little bit more than the others. I don't know if you want to look at reducing that, or I know some cities up north, they've opted not to buy any back. They allow them to put a little more on their home and don't charge them SRC charge, but then they don't purchase any back as well.
They don't purchase back?
Some don't. Yeah, some utilities opt out not to buy anything from them. If they produce more than they actually use, that's, you know, that kind of forces the resident to only put on what they need, not more.
St. George limits theirs to 3 kW.
That's what Kate found. I thought it was higher than that.
Surprises me.
I'll look at that and make sure that's accurate. But that's what she had on there was.
So what are we trying to do here? What are we trying to balance? I mean, it looks to me like, again, electrical charge that we pay for our UAMPs. And this solar that individuals put on is to offset that UAMPs charge, right? And so where is the balance between what they use and how much we have to purchase to take care of them?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know right now a lot of the residents that I've spoken with about their solar is 8 kW depends on the size of the home and how much power they use. 8 kW is not enough to offset 100%. And I don't know how close it is. Like I said, it all depends on the size of the home. But most of the residents, their main concern, they would like to get up to 10 or 12 kW installed, which would really help reduce what they're purchasing from us. And it also helps what we're purchasing from UAMPs during the summer. I mean, it's kind of a give and take. I guess it helps us, but we may lose a little bit of revenue from the SRC, but it's less that we have to purchase from UAMPs in the summer. It might reduce our peak a little bit if we let them install more.
It would reduce your peak in your highest cost periods.
Yes.
So at what point? What I'm saying is it 8 kW? Is it 10 kW? Is it 14 kW? What are we talking about as far as a user using, and we still have to supply a service if they're using more than what they need? How do we charge for that service? For example, if I'm totally solar, yet we have to provide a service to that home, how do we adjust that service based on usage?
It's not based on usage. Are you talking just the solar reliability charge, that the $4?
The solar reliability charge, I know, but what I'm saying is we're still, I mean, as a city, we buy X amount of power and we supply what? 2,700 households. I don't know what it is, but 2,700 households. And we have to have available the power to service to an individual home 10 kW. Okay. So we still have to buy that. And if they have their own solar that's providing that, how do we offset what we have to pay versus their usage that they save us? Do you understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
well, I think some of it, I just, from my perspective is there's it with the base rate that they pay, that everybody pays the
Okay,
$20.
we're not talking about messing with the base rate.
No,
No.
they still will pay that $20 a month base rate, which should be what is their access to power when they need the power, which just comes to the balance and all
And then they
general.
pay for it by meter
Mhm,
when they use it.
mhm. Yeah,
Then are we discussing buying it back? Is that what the discussion is? Is if we buy it back from the
You're-
solar users?
we do
Primarily,
currently.
what are you gonna do with the reliability charge and if you want to change the cap? Those are the two things they're saying is that why do we have to pay such a high reliability charge?
Which is
And
basically a
why do
second
we-
base rate.
Yeah, a second base rate. And why do we cap us at 8?
Yeah, and then that's been a little bit back, we've heard through previous years when solar went on, it was a little more of a run on people wanting to do solar is that we had less done here because they. And I don't think that the solar companies who come and talk to people are great in their information that they pass on, but was pretend that we were anti-solar in Santa Clara. And I don't believe that's the case, but they said that our SRC and the cap made it penciling for the resident or those who want to do it, that it was took them so long to get back to their break even point that it made it. People just didn't want to wait, I guess, that long. Didn't want to go out 20, 30 years to get to their break even point.
So then in my opinion, the answer is in your base rate. It's, which we may or may not be charging the right. So you go out and do you not calculate your base rate and say, okay, what is our cost to maintain and run our electrical system without buying power? Just to manage that system and find out what those costs are for your electrical system, your repairs, your manpower.
Should be.
Let
about
that fall into your base rate and then eliminate your solar reliability charge altogether. And then everybody's paying for, you want to go add power, then you're, but it just seems, I mean, you've got to know what that number is. You've got to have, because you're right. Denny's right. If our base rate's not covering, our base rate's just a number there to keep up with everybody else, but it actually hasn't been calculated to, then you're saying, well, if I go out add solar and I can net zero on that, I've still, so if everybody went today and got solar, if we eliminated the solar reliability charge and everybody went solar, not that that's happening, are we covering our costs?
In the rate study that was done with the power cost adjustment at the same time, they actually suggested our base rate should be at 1950, and we're at 20. So we're actually a little bit more than what the UFS said our base rate should be. So our base rate is calculated on what our needs are to cover our needs through that rate study. So is that?
Yeah, I'm just saying if we all went green and solar today, are we covering, and you didn't sell power to any of us, could you cover it in the base rate? Could you cover your costs on the base rate? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if that.
No.
So my,
It wouldn't be, we would.
well,
not even-
but then there's my concern. So you go eliminate it all. You go eliminate the SRC. You go open up how much power you can throw on there. And I'm assuming you'll get a lot of people that throw that in. Does now swing the pendulum the other way to where those that are buying power are paying more to offset because we haven't balanced what that is. I don't disagree getting rid of the SRC, but I think your base rate needs to cover, if everybody's paying the base rate, that needs to cover your cost of maintaining it.
Well, you saw what our budget is. 8.8 million, 8.
Yeah, but that was power. That included power. You'd have to pull power and.
George, you pull out all though, but we roughly say 3,400 connections. And I'm just taking all 34 as residential. There are some commercial which has a little bit higher base rate. But if you did all 3,400 by $20 over 12 months, you're $816,000. We're not, I mean, even you take out our roughly $3 million in purchasing power in that. I mean, our base rate, if you're talking just back to a lot of our fixed costs that we would have regardless, base rate doesn't come.
I mean,
low.
you'd pull out your generator costs, your fuels, you'd pull everything out. I mean, but again, that's The concern I have is if you eliminate the SRC and you up what you're gonna add to it, you're gonna get a big run on it. But if your base rate's not covering, I think it's gonna swing it to where, like I said, I don't mind getting the base rate where it needs to be and getting rid of the SRC and open it up to people.
You got to look at all of them, because every one of these scenarios from these cities will get to the end a different way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You can't just change one of them and expect to make it up, because other things change too. You know, the Washington and Hurricane examples, they paid less than we pay for the excess. They charge more for the base. What's the renewable resource installed by customers shall not be greater than 120% of historic max.
So that's, instead of putting a cap on a specific KW, they went off whatever that home normally uses. And so
Of its usage,
of its usage, yes.
can't be more than 120% of your usage. I'd be really interested to take a sampling of 10 homes, solar homes right now, and look at the cost comparison in those categories that you've said.
I have one of those scenarios already done that Lena
You-
asked me to do.
Have you done for all of them?
So I did if we were like Washington, basically.
Uh-huh.
So, and we can put this on the screen if you want, but basically I just wanted to know, like, if we went to that route, how would it really affect customers? And if we did half of the SRC and went to 4 cents, almost everyone does worse. And we probably have a lot of really upset customers. I think if you go to half, you still have to leave the 6 cents. If you did like Washington with no SRC and 4 cents, everyone that I did would actually come out a little bit ahead, because that SRC is so onersome to making back your investment. So even on my house, like, we put almost nothing back on the grid. We use almost everything. And even I would come out $100 ahead over year from eliminating the SRC and doing 4 cents.
And what would the impact on the system be? Would you end up buying less power during the higher peaks under that scenario?
Yeah, you would.
You'd have to, yeah.
And so I actually called Hedgehog Electric today and talked to their main solar salesperson. And I asked, if we were to change our SRC, is it going to cause a run on solar in Santa Clara? And he really didn't think so. He said, it's not like there's tons of solar installations in the county right now in places where we don't have an SRC. And he said right now, like, if someone calls for Santa Clara, we have to just be really honest with them that it's going to be pretty hard for things to pencil. And he said a lot of it is just confusion, because there's like 2 base rates is the way they have to explain it to people, and people don't understand that. And then trying to think what else he talked about. He did say that he does expect solar installations to increase dramatically in southern Utah once transfer switches become standard. So he said in the next 6 months to a year, there'll be a really easy way to hook up your car to your house, your electric car. So you get rid of having to have a battery pack or anything. And so you could run your house off your car, and that'll all be tied into your solar. And so he thinks that will increase solar installations. But that's kind of irrespective to all of this anyways. So
does that mean overall the city will have to reduce the amount of power that it purchases in the market? What I'm
yeah,
worried
I think
about
that's
is
the nuts and bolts of it.
Yeah, that would be, I think if you make these changes, you'd want to make sure that can happen. That we're buying less power during those high power price
Right.
peak periods.
Right, because we're still servicing 3,400 households,
Sure.
whatever it is. And in my mind, what would it work best for me would be to know that I'm going to use 8 kilowatts. Okay, therefore I'm not going to have to buy from the city. Therefore, the city can reduce the amount of power it has to buy. Therefore, everybody has a win-win. But if I have to continue to purchase the 8 kilowatts because their solar may go down, and I'm giving them an incentive to use it, then everyone else is going to pay for that incentive.
Well, hopefully with, I guess the goal and what the residents are asking for is if by making it easier, more people will buy solar and that will reduce what we're purchasing from UAMs. If more people add solar to the home, or if existing homes might want to add that already have solar, they only have 8 and they would like to add another 2 or 4
I don't have
kW.
any problems. I don't care that they have a limit on what they purchase, as long as it overall affects the usage within the city. So it saves everyone money, so that we're
Yeah.
not running a deficit because they have solar, but that we're running a surplus because they have solar.
Yeah, and one thing, if we were in like a really rainy environment or someplace where solar got blocked by, really commonly, but we're not, it's like 300 days of sun here. So the number of days where the solar doesn't work great and the city would have to go out and purchase a little bit extra power in the market, that's a pretty minimal concern in my mind. And so this is where,
Studies I've read, the solar is 27% efficient. So 73% of the time, you're going to have to use some other power source to fire up the home. And that was the highest efficiency that they have been able to produce with the solar.
no, that's the efficiency of the panels. So when it says 5 kW on the roof, you're only getting like 27% of that actual power out of it. That's what that means.
Right. So
Because my solar panels are working probably 90% of the year, like to full capacity, but only they're 27% efficient.
and you've got storage batteries that'll handle that to use it when you need it.
No, I don't. I'm just like everyone else, just hooked up to the grid. Yeah. So we're in that metering. So I send power back to the grid, but like I said, I don't personally, but I know a lot of these houses. Debbie had sent me a chart that showed like how much power people were sending back. And there's some houses that, put back quite a bit. I can give you the actual number for this year amount of time. It was 243,000 kWs were sent back on the grid from all the solar homes for that time period, which is a lot of power.
Or what period?
It was a year.
For 1 year.
Here,
For 1 year in Santa Clara, all the solar customers put back 243,000 kWs,
43,000 kilowatts is how many megawatts?
kilowatt hours.
2
Just 2 megawatts.
2 megawatts.
2.4.
That's over an entire year. But anyway, so the idea would be, that they would be helping the city and not having to go out on the market during those really tough times. I think the only scary thing is that duck curve when solar's going off and everyone's getting home, but we have our own generators that can do a cold startup for really short, for a really weird scenario. We can kick up the generators and make up that difference.
So would a personal storage battery help manage that?
Yeah, but they're just so expensive right now. And then he said that with Hedgehog Electric, he said it's another 30,000 for like a good battery system. It's like double as your solar cost. That's why being able to just use your car as your battery is why he thinks that will really take off. Does that make sense? You have a huge battery in your car. Why not use that? So I guess I'm still concerned about like there being a run on solar. I did put in a question to UAMPS today. I haven't heard back on, because Jack had always been concerned on the cap of like a cul-de-sac all getting solar and then it backfeeding too much power and then causing transformers to fail. Have you ever heard that in any of your meetings or anything?
I haven't. That's never been brought up that
And
I'm aware
I've
of.
only heard that from Jack. And so I thought I'd try to get another source. I haven't heard back from UAMPS, but
You'd
because he said they're
Well,
rated
I
for
don't
a
know
certain
how-
amount of backfeed. But if it was too much, then we'd have to start replacing transformers and that'd be pretty expensive. But again, I don't know like how.
Work. I mean, to me, the idea of solar is to offset my power costs. At the same time, I want to benefit the city in the sense that they don't have to buy the power for me. And so I'm just saying, how are we gonna know what that point is? How much are we going to set, or is it just market driven from day to day?
So Jared, we've talked just on base rates, the whole, the charge, I mean, your additional power we had to buy through the winter is about 30% of what your utility bill is on that. But is there a reason? I mean, we could do it just on this flat rate, but is there, so you did not just raise the base rate to kind of cover that? Maybe instead, we've talked about, do you do it in the base rate? Do you do it in your power? Your operation of your power department's about 1.8 million bucks, 1.8 to 1.9 if you pull out the power purchases and the generation and all of that, which basically takes your base rate to 40 bucks. Now, okay, you put it on your base rate, you raise your 6 cents a kilowatt hour that's factored into what we're charging right now, and you raise that to 7 or 8 or whatever it is. I mean, it probably doesn't matter how you get there. I mean, you could look at the base rate and say, well, that covers our operation, and then just get rid of the SRC altogether. And I mean,
But are we talking about changing the base rate for solar customers only or for everybody?
no, it'd be for everybody. Everybody would pay what it costs to maintain the power department.
That's
Wages.
like the nirvana of power departments to get to that point. But you'd have the grandma that uses so little power that her
Yeah.
power bill would double because she's not covering the cost to cover everything to get power to her house. She hasn't historically, but so that'd be where hopefully it's more of a gradual, like $5 a year or something until you get up.
And it might be in that. It might be. That's just my only concern is just, like I said, I do think you'll see a run on solar and probably should. I mean, there's benefits, there's pros and cons to that on everything else. Ultimately, it's, I'd like to see our rate go up a little bit regardless, just to maybe not in the base rate, but somewhere in there, just so we're not getting the phone calls but my power bill was more in February this year than it was in September or August of last year. And
Right.
But I think if
So-
we raise the base rate, I think other customers will say this is being done to fund the solar customers.
well, you're going to pay it. So yeah, if you don't raise again, I'm not saying it's just in the base. I'm saying right now there's a number of things in what we're in, I'm kind of encompassing the solar reliability charge, the solar, the PCA, all of this. Like the PCA right now, we're out of kilter terribly. Like we were 35% of our total charges is in the PCA of your utility bills. You're $1.7 million and we collected $4 million. I mean, we're not even in the ballpark on that. So we've got to look at all of that and say, okay, so you're either going to raise your normal rate, you're going to raise your base rate, you're looking at for the solar reliability over there. And all I'm saying is maybe it's a combination of the things. I don't disagree that if we've got a base rate and a SRC, I just worry that if you eliminate it, you get a whole bunch of solar on the grid, and then it just puts the operation of your power department on those that are buying the actual power. So I don't know the right answer. I think it's a combination of all of those. And, that's all I'm just trying to think through. I mean, I know we're here for solar on this, but.
Well, I think for the discussion tonight, like raising the cap, I think we should figure out some reasonable number. The history on that 8 kW, I think I've told some of you this, but Jack wanted 6, I wanted 10 or 12, and we settled on 8. There was, and we looked at like what's the average installation in Santa Clara right now? No one's putting more than 8, so we should be fine. So that's why we did that.
I think Washington has it. I think Mayor read it earlier. I think you've got the data that tells you, hey, this is what they use.
How do you do it on a new home that doesn't have a historical?
That's the question. I don't know how you do it on it.
Yeah.
Most of these are on new homes.
But couldn't you
There's
take
no
a square
historic-
footage?
You'd have to do something. with
I mean,
Could
could you
guess.
look at, as you get power, kind of just collect that data to go, okay, 3,000 square feet is using X and 4,000, and it's hard to say because an older home's gonna not be quite as efficient.
Well, and who's in the home?
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
yeah.
That's the big thing. Yeah. How many people are living there? Do they have electric cars? Do they?
I could see setting a cap. I don't know that I like the 100% of the max, because on a new home, you don't have a max. It'll take a long time to establish that.
Yeah.
But you could go to 10 to 12.
mhm.
You know, if it makes sense to go even higher there. But I'd still like to see, and maybe you've got it, Jared. I mean, the differences in the revenue that's being generated on those homes under each of these different scenarios versus the cost.
Jared, if you went to 10 kilowatts, does it cover your entire, would it cover your utility bill?
I don't know. To be honest, I'd have to really look at that.
Why do we
I
want to
don't think
limit
so.
it?
How much they put on their roof?
Yes.
Again, that just goes back to Jack's original concern of overloading
Oh,
the transformer back out of that neighborhood.
okay.
Well, I wonder if there's something more to it though, because, I mean, you look across the board. I mean, everyone has them. I mean, you see these, they're all.
And you don't want
What is-
somebody to like basically build their own power plant
Exactly.
and really mess things up.
The 120% of historical MAC makes some sense.
Yeah.
I just don't know how they do that on a new construction. Because you've got to approve it before they can put it on. It's not like you can go out there and say, oh, take 2 of them
Yeah.
off.
Right.
Mhm.
Yep.
Especially with.
Maybe call Washington and see how they do that. I'm sure they run into this. So,
Okay.
because that does make sense for sure.
That limits that guy from becoming a power plant. I like that scenario if I understood that cap better.
And then back on the solar liability charge, I mean, because I hear it too, like Santa Clara is unfriendly to solar. And not necessarily we're unfriendly, we just have a pretty protective policy of our system. But then when you look at the actual number, it's $15,000 out of an $8 million budget to get that bad rap for. So I think if you cut it in half right now, that would be a way to like tiptoe into this. We already have 10 customers that are on that half, and they've been fine with that. They haven't complained. I mean, they all cheered when we said we'd give them the half.
You're talking option 1.
Yeah. And I think if you went option 2, you could go down to 4 cents per kilowatt hour and no SRC. And like I said, everyone that I looked at would come out just fine. One, they would make like $30 less per year, but it was pretty good. But I think option 1 definitely like shows we're trying to help. We're doing what we can. And I think it's going to be, we'll make even more because you have those 10 customers. It's not just half. Did you factor that into what we'd make if the rates were changed? Because 10 are already paying half. So it's just the others that would get
I don't
half.
know. Yeah, I don't know if she took that in
So I
consideration.
think we'd make actually a little bit more than the 7,000.
Yeah.
So anyways, that's kind of our decision as a council, like this SRC. Do we want to basically give that small token that we're trying to make this more feasible for people? And then that would probably avoid a run and just go from there. And then raise the cap to keep other residents happy. And I think that's a good positive step.
Makes some sense, I think.
But it is hard without like bringing in a consultant to like really get into the nuts and bolts. But you probably won't do that until we do our next rate study, and these residents are asking now.
So what you're addressing will not reduce our reserves
By $7,000. Yeah.
just by 7,000, Gary.
Well, yeah, if you're looking at what the current customers we have now, solar customers, yeah, you'd drop $7,000 in the.
And there's a
revenue.
good chance that enough power is produced over the lifespan of a year from those customers that they're saving the city way more than $7,000 from buying on the open market.
Or we just don't build 5 of the shade structures over parking. We just cut off the 5. Save that 7,000.
Well, that's, in my mind, the only concern is that we don't want to continue running deficits in the power department, and to offset that with an individual group rather than the overall city. And to me, that's the case. If that's the way it works and it works out that we're not having to increase rates for others to take care of that, then to me, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
When is our next rate study?
Well,
Like 2 years away, right?
well, I would recommend, yes, we had it set for on a 3-year. We just hit our one with January was an adjustment. And he said you could come back, which would be the following year, and do one before we implemented the last. But I think I would recommend that roughly the start of the new budget in September-ish, we get with UFS and look at it again. I mean, looking at just all the scenarios that rolled through tonight, what is our best rate, our best avenue to go on this? Is it doing a higher base rate? What do you do? I mean, we talking PCA in that too. I mean, you look at here, we're buying, if I remember right, our PCA is lower, calculation is lower than what we're buying power back from the solar. I would venture if you're going to go that should be relatively along the same line. If we're buying solar back at 6 cents, our PCA should be calculated off that same number of average what we're paying for power, which is we're paying higher than what the PCA is right now calculated. So I think we need to go back and look at a lot of things in going forward, what we should do base rate wise, kilowatt usage, and the PCA all need just another look at, because
Well, everything's changed so much since
Yeah.
the rate study. I mean,
Yeah.
No,
Ours.
it has. I think I would agree on that. I don't know what the charge on something like, maybe they do it like when you refinance your home, that if you refinance again in the next year, they give you better
I know.
closing costs the second time. But I just think there's a lot of things we gotta look at, because whether it's in the base rate or the, there's just a lot of questions, and the solar's a big part of it. I don't disagree. I think we should get it to where we get more out there. I just don't know the right way to do it. And I think however this is probably, 7,000 is not, I mean, that's probably a good way to start there, but let's, I do think you're going to see more solar in the coming years, and just how we handle that.
yeah.
So are we offering something that to those that can afford it, that someone else can't afford?
It's makes it, by doing this, it would make it pencil a lot better for them if they don't have half the solar reliability charge.
I'm not talking about the solar users. I'm talking about individuals within the community, homes that don't have solar versus homes that do have solar. Some of these are fixed income people that, I don't know what it would cost. What did it cost you, Jared, to put in your solar?
About $15,000.
Yeah, so is it something that we're going to say we're going to have someone using and being able to afford to put in a $15,000 solar system that others can't? Is it not beneficial to both people?
Yeah, and we're saying it is beneficial.
I think it's beneficial. Your savings on your,
That's what I just like
Your
to
peak
know that. I
purchases.
don't- I
yeah, your
don't see any
peak
numbers.
purchases savings is gonna cover in that $7,000 decrease in revenue pretty easy.
And like if you get, I mean, in Las Vegas, you can lease out your roof to solar companies and they'll come install solar and they'll just get all the credits and whatever. Like there are ways for people that are disadvantaged to have solar. Not like super common, but those things do exist. So. Yeah.
I just know a lot of residents have asked that we relook at this policy and see if we make it easier to get solar.
Option one's a good first step to satisfy a bunch of people that are asking us to do something to help them out for pretty minimal risk.
Yeah.
And then we can evaluate it and see where we go from there.
what would you guys, recommendation on the cap? 10, 12, or 20% look at and figure out how that is from Washington?
Well,
Unless Washington has a good solution, probably do it.
yeah,
on new
unless that
construction.
120, there's a,
Because that makes a lot of sense, the
it
120.
makes a ton of sense. I just don't know how they do it. Maybe
Okay.
check on that and then we'll bring it back.
Yeah, because we'll have to do a rate change. We'll have to bring back for a public hearing and that. So we'll either have that on for that first meeting in June or the second meeting in June. We can try to bring something back on one of those two.
Can I ask a question for UFS that maybe you can find out? Is there a way, since our PCA is only set at the time of the rate study, is there a way for us, without doing an entire rate study all over again, to annually have them do some kind of calculation that would look at our PCA number so that we can adjust it annually rather than waiting 3 years or 5 years or however many years?
Yeah, and I don't know how they came up. I don't know if it's the average cost of power at that time, because the way the PCA does not kick in till after the 6.5 cents. So anything over 6.5 cents, that's when the PCA starts calculating. So I don't know if that was the average price for power from our UAMPS bills at that time. So I'm sure if they look at it again, I'm sure it'd probably have to raise.
Well, it would just be nice if we can look at that number every year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That whole
I'm sure there'd be
cost.
a cost to that. I don't know how much that would be, but
Maybe there's a discount if they don't have to do the whole thing all over again, right? In theory,
Right.
I'm not sure how much information, how much,
maybe ask, you'll ask.
how much data they need each year to do that. But yeah, you can ask that.
And I guess just one other quick anecdote to kind of prove that point of like, would it help everyone in the city or not? I mean, there's lots of ways you can argue it, but like if you have solar, you pay less of a PCA because the PCA is only what you actually consume from the city. So if you make half of what your home actually uses, you're avoiding PCA for that other half. But that also means that we're not buying on the market for that half. So it's literally saving the city money because they're not using as much PCA. So anyways,
I like that. I think it's a combination of bumping your base rate a little bit. I'm thinking drop your PCA altogether, but I think we just kind of got to look at that and find out where that middle ground, where that lands, maybe.
because yeah, the trick is in a rate study, if you set our wholesale rate as 7 or 8 cents or 9 cents or whatever, then the PCA right now would only be like half a cent. So in my solar calculations, I have to know exactly what the PCA was for that month to like figure out my savings. And so it's been around 7 cents the last couple months is the PCA rate. So, we're charging 9, 10 cents, and then we're adding another 7 cents for every kilowatt hour they used. But if it was, so that means it's 6.5 plus 7 is what we've been paying for that extra power the last few months. Is how that all works out. But if that 6.5 was actually 10, then you'd only be doing like 5.5 cents right now or whatever. So that's where it's all intertwined. And you'd hope you can find some sort of balance that's not quite as crazy.
And I believe Washington just, instead of, everybody's got this same issue. The ones that have the PCA has just gone really high because of the December and January UAMPS bills, because we were all in the same boat. But they increased their rate per KWH or your KWH rate and raised the calculation from the PCA, so they kind of balanced out. So the PCA line, they're still paying the same for their utility bill, but it looks different on their bill. Most of it is on their regular rate, and the PCA just is lower. But it's the same. That's what some of the concern the residents have had with me is it's hard to budget when they don't know what that PCA is going to be. It's high, it's low.
Right, but did they do a whole rate study to change their PCA rate?
No, they just did it the same percentage. They raised them both up the same percentage, so it stayed the same. It just.
I mean, that's what you're saying. It's just an arbitrary number.
Magic.
Magic.
Which is the one like why we.
Rainbows and unicorns.
Yeah. Well, you let they do the study, and then it's like it's not just the one that Costanza. Those are the ones you're like, hey, why? And you have no
Right.
answers to why.
Oh, we've all made stuff up.
But I mean, that wholesale rate really could be just literally the UAMPS bills divided by
But I,
how much we actually buy from them. Like that's a pretty simple calculation, actually.
but to get the PCA number,
The wholesale rate.
but what should go into that number? Everything, every project, Nebo, Horse Butte, Veo, Crisp, should every project be calculated into that
Probably a
number?
weighted average of it.
Or is it just what we're actually in the market to buy power?
Right. I think the wholesale rate right now is all that first stuff you said. It's literally everything we buy from UAMPS.
What about our generation?
I don't know if they included that or not. The cost per generation.
I don't know if they took that into consideration, if they took our generation out. Generation costs, I don't know.
But yeah, I guess, Brock, are you asking like, should the PCA only be when we're in the market?
Yes.
So that's a whole other way to look at the PCA.
I mean, because I have some, when I've gone through this, I can look and say, those projects, there are projects that we're in, they are, me should be a lot calculated into our base rate and our usage rates to cover that. And should the PCA be solely when we have to go into the market? Because those are roughly fixed. I mean, we know about what those are, minus if there's some major equipment, some other
Maintenance.
done on them that has to have some new equipment stuff. We know relative what that's gonna be. But it's what we go into the market and our generation are the two variables that we have, because we don't know what natural gas is gonna be to run. There's a lot to me that feels like that's where our PCA should be calculated off of, and not our projects and UAMPS. But that's just.
That you've already got set pricing on. You've already got
Yeah.
contracted pricing on.
It
Some of
fluctuates a little
them
bit.
fluctuate, especially Nebo. Nebo really fluctuated because
Natural gas.
natural gas. So Nebo, we didn't have a set price. It's better now. They got a 5-year purchase for Nebo, and the last few months it's been right at $32. Not delivered, but just $32.
Yeah, that's just some
Your
of mine.
point's well taken though, because that's how we're explaining it to residents, is you're paying for us having to go into the market for the added cost.
But I think we are, because that wholesale cost is, the PCA is just everything on top of that. So that wholesale cost would be all the projects we're in. I think right now the PCA is when we're only in the market.
And the only reason I don't is, I believe when I've had the discussions with Mike or Mark from Beauchamp, he says that it's everything. That everything is in that calculation.
Can you clarify?
Oh,
Will you
yeah.
ask the
Yeah,
question?
we can.
clarify?
Gary, you clarify that, please?
I'm writing it down before I forget.
It may be, because I think that question has actually been asked. You have to look in an email, but I think it's actually been asked before from UFS, but we will verify.
You gonna go sign up right now?
Danny's on his way.
Wait till we pass this first.
Hey, so you'll find some answers and
Yeah, I mean, another reason I wanted to talk about this tonight is because we need to set up the public meetings that the residents have been asking for to talk about the PCA and stuff. And so I know a lot of them, when we set the dates for those meetings, a lot of those residents are going to ask about solar and what the city's going to do to help make it easier for them to get solar, to help reduce their reliability on the city for power, and to help reduce their PCA. So that's one of the main reasons I wanted to discuss this tonight. And so,
I guess as a reference, when I first bought my solar system, it was going to pay off in about 12 years. And then when the city instituted the solar reliability charge, it went to 25 years. And then when we cut it to half, it went to 18 years. So that SRC really does have a huge effect. And so if we're in those meetings and we're saying we're going to cut it in half for everybody, that's our token. And you can put more on your house. I think we'll have a lot of happy people.
What would it be, and you'd have to run the numbers, but if you did 0 SRC, didn't buy any power back, and let them go to 12?
I don't think anyone would go to 12. I think everyone would be, because like, for example, there's a house on my street that she put on solar less than a year ago, and the solar company told her, like, don't put anything extra because it just makes you pay a higher SRC and it doesn't pencil out to try to get extra money back. And so she put on a pretty small system. But then you have other people like Krista's friend that put the full 8 on. There's only 2 people living in that house, and it's very efficient. And so there's a lot of different motives. But I think if you didn't pay anything for going back in, people would put pretty small systems on. Because there'd be no incentive to ever make extra, right?
Yeah.
Literally no incentive. But you kind of create an artificial cap.
But is that what, do we need to be incentivizing as a city?
Well, what if the incentive is more like what Washington has, right? You don't have the SRC charge, but you reduce the credit. And they don't even let the credit roll over. So you get the credit when you create it,
Mhm.
but it doesn't roll. Is that enough of an incentive? I mean, it pencils because you penciled it, so it
Yeah.
pencils.
I'd have to do a little more calculations to make sure, but I ran about 10 homes and everyone seemed to come out just fine. So I don't know.
And then it might increase the generation back to our grid. Right?
Because,
If you increase the cap
oh yeah,
because of the increased cap.
yeah. And I guess, sorry, I keep saying one more thing. I keep remembering things from the Hedgehog Electric discussion. He did say that for a lot of the homes in Santa Clara, they're a little bit bigger, and just 8 kilowatts doesn't cover enough of their bill to even be worth all the effort, all the manpower, and all the fixed costs of getting a solar system installed. It just doesn't make sense for people. So it does need to be a larger cap for it to just pencil, let alone all the other factors. But homes use a lot of power here.
So I mentioned bringing this back in June, but Gary mentioned doing the town hall meetings and having people come in and be able to discuss this and that. Do we want to hold off until after those meetings? Till we have some more of those discussions with residents before we bring back for a change?
You may want to have some PCA answers. I think your town hall meetings are gonna hammer on that and less on this.
I would look at Washington. Washington seems to be, I mean, their base rate's a little higher. So that kind of covers I do think finding a way to get rid of the PC or the SRC here it would be the best way to go about it. But I do think that requires you raising your base rate as part of that, because that's where you start to get. And I think then you encourage it, you raise what the max is, whether that's 10 or 12 or whatever, however you find that. But I think ultimately you got to find a way to get rid of it, but there is going to have to be, I think there is going to have to be an increase in the base rate, and Washington has that.
But
I
one,
mean, it's only $5, but you know, it gets you just over $1 million in that. Now you're, on your, so I think that's probably the best way to go about it. And then it's going to encourage the solar, have some offset in your operations. And
as long as we're not, like I say, the residents that don't have solar are subsidizing the ones that do have solar by that base rate. That's
I actually think the base rate on that needs to be closer to 30 when it's all said and done. But I don't disagree that that probably needs to happen over a few years.
yeah.
And I mean, technically, if you raise your base rate, you should be able to hold your other rates or lower them.
You're going to do one or the other anyway. And so getting it in your base rate,
But to do one or the other, you have to go through the rate study.
you do. You're right.
That's
But
mandatory.
but-
You're gonna touch that base rate, you're doing rate study.
yeah,
for sure.
yeah. And so I think that's where we're at, but that would give you the direction to get rid of that, encourage more solar, but somehow cover your costs of your operations in that and probably get you a plan in place. But I do like what Lena said as well, is find a way that it can be reviewed on an annual basis because power is just such a moving target right now that
Yeah.
3 or 5 years between studies just is not going to cut it.
What is the average kilowatt use per resident? Do we know what an average is?
When they did the study, it was like 2512 or 20, right around 2,500 kW is what, when they did the study.
A year.
Yeah, well,
Per month.
per
Per
month.
month.
The average house in Santa Clara was like 20, I want to say 2,500 something.
I'm about 4,000.
So that's
Yours
probably
is
right,
about 4.
because yours is hot. Yours would be higher than
Mhm.
some.
Still mining Bitcoin downstairs, aren't you?
Yes, indeed. And back in
Okay.
the day, before we had electric cars, it was more 1,300, 1,400. So anyways,
Okay, any other questions for me or assignments that you want me to do to?
did you
Bring
want to
back-
discuss removing the solar agreement into the building permit process or something?
Yes, yeah, that's another question. We had discussed, with Matt, when we changed the solar agreement, when we found that mistake, it was a process to try to change it all, get them all out to the new residents. We still don't have them all back from the residents, the new agreement signed,
They have to be notarized.
being notarized. I mean, and Matt says, no, it really doesn't have to be notarized. And so, I mean, I'm just thinking it'd be a lot easier if we could add it into a fee schedule, like during the building permit process, just have these established criteria in the building permit and not an agreement. And Matt says, I don't know if you really need to have an agreement. I think the agreement, the purpose of it was to just inform this customer when they're putting solar on their home, what the stipulations are. But if that's in the building permit, then we don't, if we ever have to do a change to it, it's not, okay, we got to cancel everybody's agreement, send them out new ones, have them bring it back signed. It was a daunting process. And like I said, we still don't have them all back. So if we did it through the rate, through the building permit, it would make it a lot easier. So,
Yeah, I don't think I believe these are just like our utility rates. It's our solar rates and we don't need an agreement. It's just when they come and put solar on, these are rates. They can have information when they come to sign up. They should be on our website and
Rates that are
it's-
established by council.
yeah, they're just like our water rate and sewer rate and everything else out there. There's no agreement needs to be in place. Just when they come and sign up, these are the rates you get. And that there's not an additional agreement that needs to be signed. That's how I see it. So,
Make it happen.
and then if we, like I said, if we want to make changes down the road, if we say we'd go with option number 1, and then a year later we says, well, let's change it again. Then we're not going through all the process of the agreements getting canceled and a new one written up and signed again. It would just take place in a council meeting here. Just changes, then we just notify the residents of the change.
Okay.
That's it. I was going to cover that in my staff report.
You want to do it right there? Start off staff reports.
Want me to? Can I sit down?
Without sitting down.
Without sitting down, or you want me?
Oh,
You're good
staff
right there.
reports is next. You're the first one on staff reports. Go.
I'm going to sit down.
legs are getting tired.
Yeah.
Testing. All right, just to give you an update. I am required to give you an update when we've been purchasing on the PX, and Kate has done an amazing job. Working with Eric as well on looking at the PX and buying power from other utilities that are selling it. And there's, and she's also got the generator savings on here. So she hasn't been purchasing a whole lot on the PX, but just buying it from, she didn't put on here from who she was buying it from, but I think she bought some from St. George or whoever's selling on the PX. But it shows the price per megawatt hour that was offered and compared to the market price. So she's only saving $1 or $2 here or there, some a little bit more, $5 or $6. But it's making a little difference. And then with the generation, the savings from the generation, just the bottom line, just from May, the 1st of May to the 16th of May, half a month, we've saved about $1,900 by making those small purchases on the PX as well as our generation. So, and that will definitely increase when we get into the summer months with our generation, what we're going to be saving. So, I don't know if she's actually sold anything. We don't have any extra to sell, but we're going to be looking at that as well. Maybe when this next winter of running our generators more during the shoulder months in our off season and see if there's somebody out there that needs it so we can sell it. Any questions on that? Oh, okay. Moving into my staff reports. For this public meetings, or town hall meetings, we need to look at some dates. I don't know what dates you guys have available. I don't know if we need all council members there, or if we have all, do we have to notify it, or do we just have a couple there? I'm not for sure the process. I've never.
If we have them all there, would be noticed as a public meeting, which we would notice it anyways, but it would have to go on the public notice website and that. It's just if there's 3 or more.
Okay.
So that would be up to council's decision to how many they want there, but I think you're gonna relatively notice it just as like a meeting anyways. The question really comes to within the city of how you want to invite. Do you want to break it into areas and only bring not as large of groups or invited groups here? Do you want to break it into 4 different quadrants, or 2 a heights and a valley, or 2 from the heights, 2 from the valley type of thing? We've looked at a few different ways we can do that relatively easy. So that'd be a decision from council, what you think would be best on numbers.
I'm not for sure how many people will come. I mean, 2 months ago, we would probably had the whole city in here, but now that they've kind of getting used to the PCA and the price, I'm assuming that number might drop of how many people actually come, but we still might have more than we can fit in the banquet room if we just did even just half. I don't know.
I like dividing it and having smaller numbers because I think people will be more willing to ask questions and have a dialogue in a less intimidating large group.
So like maybe into like 4 areas of the city. Yeah. So it'd be 4 different nights.
Limit if you advertise it, you may get the same crowd come to all 4, the loud ones.
Well, I think what we would do is you would notice it like a regular meeting, but then you would send out like a personal, I say personal, but an invite. We could do Blackboard. We could send out to those residents in that area specifically with the map and say, send them an invite.
Not limited to just that group.
Not totally, but that would be the ones that would get like the invite.
Anybody that's really their pants is on fire,
Could.
they could come to every meeting.
Oh, they could, yeah.
But you think they'd want to, I mean, I understand if they're really angry, but you think they'd want to sit through 4 of those?
Depends if they're gathering support to throw everybody off the stand.
Well, maybe.
But I'd be,
Better wait till after 1st of July. Just because of the election.
but you could do, if you just said 2 council members at most are going to be there, we could do it just straight through like Blackboard and just hit those people in the certain quadrant that we have and send them a message or send a letter in the mail. Say, here's when we're having a town hall meeting for you, this area, and just invite that, but it'll be limited to only 2 council members to each one of those meetings.
You'd have the staff
Staff.
be present to all of them.
Yep.
Break them up by neighborhoods, of two of us to every one, and it wouldn't be a formal meeting. It would just be a question and answer town hall.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was intending, just not a formal meeting, just kind of explain the PCAs, explain the power situation, answer gas prices, kind of go through all that again, and then open it up to some questions.
You're gonna have a public hearing on your power, maybe two of them this summer, talking about solar and PCA. I imagine you're gonna have two public hearings this summer, Dylan, in addition to your town hall.
And if you're gonna wait till July, you probably don't want to do it in July. I just don't know if you're gonna get the turnout. So you're,
You can do it in June.
You could do it, just do it the end of.
You know, later in June, you're gonna have. Wouldn't,
Well, I think right now the concern is like, what is my power bill going to be in the summer? Everyone's just really scared.
we don't know.
We can estimate. It's a 6-month rolling average. We know a lot of those variables already. So you can make a pretty good guess
We
for
can-
people.
We can tell people what their power bill's gonna be. Based on their monthly usage the previous however long years, or how do you, again, estimate their consumption?
No, but I'm just saying we could say the PCA is probably going to be around this number. I think people are just worried that their power bill is going to be like 3 times what it was last year. And it's not going to be. It might be closer to like 1.5 times what it was last year by the time summer rolls around. But
So would it be better to wait till August, till we've had a few months of summer pass and they can see what their bills have been?
it's just what are our goals as a council here? I think the goal was to like help people not be as mad about the PCA and to alleviate some concerns,
Right.
which is more of a sooner than later thing. But if Gary feels like people aren't calling in and aren't as angry right now, then maybe we keep working on the PCA, keep working on, or do a rate study sooner or later, and then have a meeting. I don't know.
I don't think they're less mad. I just think they're just not calling. I feel people are just, I think there's still plenty of unhappiness out there. It's just the vocalization of it has died down, but I still think there's a lot of unhappiness and not understanding exactly the PCA, how it really functions. I mean, I shared, I was at UCMA in the morning walking through the breakfast line, how a worker that was bringing the food out walked up to me right in the middle. I'm dishing up my food and she's like, I know this isn't the right place, but what about this PCA? I mean, it was like she saw somebody with Santa Clara shirt on and she was, I mean, like I say, I think there's unhappiness. It's just a matter of, it's not as vocal, but if they get a chance, sometimes they're willing to share, but not as much of the phone calls. But
well, and to Jarrett's question, hasn't power, you've seen things kind of stabilize the last few months. I think that's the point is we can kind of see what we're looking in the 6-month rolling average. We should be able to know with some decent idea what's going to get added to the July bill and to the August bill.
Yes, I mean, like I mentioned before, why the PCA is so high right now is that December power bill. That was just a perfect storm. And we've never seen anything like that before with the power rates as high as they were in December. But then with Nebo shutting down, that was 2.5 megawatts that we lost from Nebo being shut down for the entire month for their maintenance. And then our generators weren't all up and running because we were installing our SCADA. And so it was just kind of a perfect storm. Then power rates were over $200 in December. And it was just a perfect storm. So that $766,000 power bill in December is just killed it. And we're not the only ones. Everybody did. Everybody that had Nebo was in the same boat. So once that December power bill gets out of that 6-month average, that's going to lower that PCA. That'll help a lot. January's was still pretty high. So yes, we can get kind of an estimate what
So
the PCA is going to be.
what's the message at the town hall? You just gave the message of be patient. Give this some time. Is that the message we're going to present at town hall meetings? Council?
It's a good question.
You guys are talking changes. We're
I
talking,
was hoping it was Krista and Jared at the meeting, so I figured those two were kind of.
decide what your message is going to be, what you're going to be presenting. If you're presenting patience, then don't present change. If you're presenting change, then don't present patient. Now, I don't know what the change is yet. Change is undefined.
Yeah.
So
Can I give a small counterpoint to Gary? So that is true that December was crazy, but the PCA started out around 1.5 cents. And then in September, it went to 4.5 cents. October was 4.5 cents. So it jumped even before that December craziness. I think that's the other concern the residents have of like, it was creeping up. You can't blame it just on December. And so then like it was 5 cents in December, then 6.7, then 7.7, then this last month it was 7.3. So I was hoping to be a bigger drop this month because we're that much more removed from December, but it still stayed pretty high. So that's where I'm even concerned about our messaging. Like, I don't know.
what's your messaging before you set your hearing?
Well,
Okay.
and I may-
Could the message be, this is what happened, this is why, and we're looking at it?
That's kind of what I thought it would be.
But
Like we're
what are we
trying.
looking at? That's the problem. I mean,
it-
We're,
on your,
We'd say our generators are working now and the market has cooled down and natural gas. So we're looking at maybe hedging, we really are trying a lot of different avenues. You could explain that to people.
Do you have on your spreadsheet though, like the December? Is December actually in on December? Is December actually in like February when we actually get the bill and we actually see what it's gonna cost? What the actual bill was, because it comes a little bit later.
This is just what was on my utility bill. So you're probably right. There's a delay there.
There's a 2-month lag.
So,
From when we get our bill.
yeah, so
So
we're,
is that December bill hitting us right now then, basically?
It still should be
so the PCA won't go down until August.
till their summer months and then their usage goes up.
And it's never gonna go away. It's gonna stay level.
until you change that,
Do a rate study.
that rate.
Your rate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
which means your power rates are still the same. It's just, we just moved it from this line item over to this line item.
Right. And I mean, hopefully running our generators, like that's why we got them, was to get us out of the market in those really scary times.
Yep.
We just couldn't do that in December. So that's why we keep looking back at that. But hopefully that does help a ton this summer. We more than doubled our
Yeah.
capacity to make our own power. We haven't even had a summer to try it yet. So
That's why I'm wondering if I don't know if I want to rush into these meetings. We don't have any answers.
I'm
This
more,
event.
I'm more confused now than when we started talking about it. So,
I mean, I think there's there's a combination. There's some patience. It may not be patience per se this number's going to get better. It might be patience of we're looking at this. We are trying to resolve this issue. We're trying to make, a good decision. We're trying to make sure we have all the data to make a well-informed decision on what is the best route to move forward. Now, does it have to be done in a town hall meeting? I don't know if that has to be done now, but I think there is. Because if we talk about like tonight and going back to our rate study, that's going to take time. That needs patience to say, we might not have something for 7 months. It's going to take us some time to make sure we can get it done correctly and we don't rush into something that we're flipping around and changing 3 months later because we didn't get it right. But I do understand, and I think, and to Gary, and you guys are well sensitive to the uncertainty of what these summer months power bills could be for our residents, and it's, there's the uncertainty. There's some that could be scary.
But if we communicate with them ahead of time, I actually think that will be better than if the bills are really big over the summer than if we just. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, for sure. If we don't have a plan, what's the point of meeting with them? But I'm afraid if we don't meet with residents, they just think we're ignoring them and we don't
Make
care
a
what it
deal.
costs.
I think what I'm saying is we can meet with them. But understand what you're gonna be able to say.
And what the.
Right.
You're gonna gather a lot of this. And they're gonna expect some of this. And what are you going to say?
Well, maybe we just need to make sure we're documenting everything we're doing. So like we're inquiring as to redoing the rate study. We're trying to see if we can do something on an annual basis. We're looking to change the rate. I mean, everything that we're doing, we should be keeping track of all of those things so we can say, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. We're asking these questions, we're trying, to accomplish.
Sure. And you can make that presentation and give them. I mean, if it's a public meeting, an advertised meeting, then, and we open it up for a single comment, everybody gets a shot.
Yeah.
And they can go this side to that side.
Hours.
So can we handle the first bit of it just in our newsletter?
I was gonna say, I think it's
Yeah.
a social media thing.
Can we put out the information and then you can go through it and say, hey, we know these are, because there's other things that are factored into this. So the reality is we're losing cheap power that we have no control of in some of these things. I mean, it might just, maybe it's just you got the mayor puts his, I mean, we might need to give some a page to the power department to write something up and spend some time and be able to explain it. It might be the easier way out of the gate when we still don't have it and simply say that, hey, here's the things we're doing.
You're gonna have to have that for any meeting.
Yeah.
This is a complicated enough issue. Nobody's gonna listen to a single explanation.
Yeah.
You have to put something in their hands.
Let them read it, let them
Give them
process
an
it.
Yeah, let them do some research on it. If there's assistance we can do to help, I mean, kind of do that and then bring them into a town hall setting. And I guess you can let them vent.
But there's going to be some, again, from there, they can take that information. There's probably some national things, write-ups that, people are going to research from there and go, oh, power is, for these reasons. And, natural gas, and so it does give you the ability, but I think you almost do that monthly for, hey, here's what we got coming. And then from there,
Here's what we're working on right now.
you add in the public
And
hearings.
you could put an opportunity for feedback and then you could go through and sort. You're gonna get you guys are idiots. But you may get a good answer in there too. And then keep that open a better line of communication, I guess is what I'm saying, without putting a target on your back.
I like the idea of the social media though, if we were to do some short videos, a series of short videos that talk about.
Nice
different things.
infographic.
Yeah, I don't know
Videos.
if people will read a whole bunch of stuff, but if someone's talking and giving small
It's like 30
bits of
seconds long.
information, yeah.
I think it's great.
TikTok.
Anything you can do to help communicate it, that they will watch and try to understand.
And whatever we put on social media goes somewhere on the website or something where it's findable easily, but
Like I almost like the social media more than the meetings, to be honest. Because then you can put something really visual. They're gonna actually read real quick. You could have a quick video with one of us explaining what we're working on right now, or you could just have a list of what. And I've even wondered about listing the actual PCA number somewhere. Like it's not that hard to figure out, but people can't figure it out. I've been told that. It's a nebulous number and it's really not, but that's something we could post on the website or I don't know. That just might maybe better. And we're gonna get lots of feedback online, I
I
promise.
think we'll get a lot of comments.
Well, and you'll get some questions that,
Yeah.
hey, you may not have the answers for, but then we can start to answer it.
And then someone complains, like you guys are just asleep at the wheel, you could reply, no, we're trying this, this, and this. And we're still looking for other options. If you have any suggestions, please let us know. So,
Yeah, I was just saying.
and the reach is there on social media. Like it'll get in front of people.
I don't feel like I could comfortably try to answer any of those questions.
don't either.
I don't understand it any more than
I don't either.
Gary could
honest
be the
with you.
video.
I don't know the
Gary.
answers. If I had the answers, I probably would be working here. I might be working in the government or something, but yeah, I mean, it's a huge issue. And like I said, it's not just Santa Clara, it's everywhere. And nobody knows the answer, I don't think. I mean, there's just supply and demand.
And we could get Melissa Anderson over here. She could interview several cities.
We would help shoot the video clips. I
Yeah.
don't think that'd be a problem at all.
I like that approach a little better.
It's a lot less moving parts to just
Yeah.
post it online. We have
And
to pay
it's a-
attention to it,
It's
but
a uniform message.
Yeah,
yeah,
And it's still an outreach.
yeah,
it
it is.
is.
Yeah.
We do have a QR code. We got a QR poster just for power department, and we can link it to that. We can post that up here at the city office or somewhere else. And so we can link it right to
I
that.
like that a lot.
Everything went.
I'm trying to control, I'm just trying to figure out how am I going to control this mob and
Yeah, for sure.
I don't
the
need it.
fun's gone.
I've seen you control mobs before.
I know, I'm going to go fishing.
But I've been asking for a while, like just a really quick, easy way to understand the PCA. Like Gary sent out a 2-page letter basically. And I wonder how many people actually got through the whole thing.
Get the PCA for Dummies video.
Yeah,
The 30-second PCA for Dummies.
We'll work on
that
it.
would go a long way.
I wonder if UFS has one of those in their file somewhere.
There's some of the other UAMPS communities or
Yeah.
let's reach out and see if we can figure something out. Everybody's got to be looking at the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Well, that's a big relief to me. I was really dreading having these meetings and like say a target on your back. I was like,
I mean, it'll be nasty online, like be fully aware. But
Yes.
we have a chance to respond there and then everyone can see our response. You'd have to say the response 10 times, 10 different people. So
Hey, cool. What
well,
else?
I'll get a lot more information on that. Just a quick update. Hunt Electric, because they actually started a week earlier than they thought they could. Another job canceled on them, so they were down here and started work Tuesday morning. Eric and the crew's been out with them. They've sent one guy with them to help get all that make ready work done. Just a quick UAMPS update. We bought the Steel Solar, and they finally were able to get their panels. I think I told you last time they were having problems getting the panels through customs because they were coming from countries that did not have child labor laws. So they held them up in customs. They couldn't get their panels. They finally got some from Cambodia. So December 23 is when Steel Solar will be online. I think we've got, I can't remember how many KBDOH Jack purchased on that. I'll have to check. CFPP, they're still moving forward. The COLA, the combined operating license application is in, and that should be approved soon. They've been reaching out to a lot of different utilities to get more subscription to it. They've talked with the Idaho Power Company, and they're actually interested in a full unit, 77 megawatts. I don't know where that'll go. Hopefully they get that. And Southern Cal Public Power Association, UMPA up in Utah County. Switch is a Nevada-based data center. I guess they're interested in maybe some. The only issue with a lot of these is the transmission is getting it to them. So they're looking at a lot of different avenues trying to get more subscriptions to make that go. That's about all I have.
Questions for Gary? Thanks, Gary.
Thank you. Sorry for dominating half the evening.
It's important, bro. Ryan?
You're buying lunch.
That was the longest staff report ever. Go along with this.
I don't know if you guys have been out on the east side of the building here, but Fountain got a facelift this week. They had a company here, Brock. I don't know if you can pull up those pictures.
We'll have pictures.
Yeah, right up under the menu bar next to right there. So that was before, that was Monday morning. And there's 3 afters. That's what it looks like now. So company Celestial Creative, one of the co-owners actually was on the crew that originally built the water feature. So they came in, they got all the concrete fixed, a lot of broken pieces on the tree, especially. It's going to be down for a couple weeks. They've got to let it set and cure, and then they're going to come back and seal it. Once that gets done, we'll get it back up and running. But they did a great job. It's really good.
Are they gonna clean the bronze too?
That is a different company. That's a different project.
So
But yes,
is that in the works?
Yes.
that will be in September prior to Swiss Days. Bellows and also I believe the bus and Sarah Levitt statue will all be cleaned. Cody's overseeing the project, so.
Thank you.
But other than that, the guys have been busy between fertilizing, trimming, getting cemetery ready for memorial, baseball fields, burials. They've been really busy, but they're doing a great job. So they're keeping up really well. Obviously, there's always things that need to be done, but they're doing a great job. That's all I've got. Have any questions for me?
I have one notice for repair. At the east side of the Arboretum entrance off of Lava Cove. At not where the parking lot is entrance, but the lower one. That sidewalk that runs adjacent right there, water has eaten underneath that sidewalk, about halfway into the sidewalk, and it's about a foot deep where there's no dirt.
Okay, we'll
I can
get
show
some
you a
road base
picture,
up there.
but somebody needs to go fix it before the sidewalk collapses.
We'll get it taken care of.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I was gonna ask, can we schedule an orchard meeting?
Sure.
Like, we need to start planning, we need to start actually getting together and maybe just send out an invite or something to some of those stakeholders and see if we can get together at some point.
Absolutely.
And if anyone on the council wants to be there, then be more than welcome. So,
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Chief?
All right, good evening. Had a string of brush fires. I'm sure you've seen in the St. George news. A lot of them were in St. George, but we had one on, I think it's 3 Mile Lane in Old Highway 91. I don't think I mentioned that to you guys, but I think that was Ivan's. But a couple of weeks ago, it was about a 1/4 acre. There was a line that dropped power surge of some sort that dropped some hot metal down, and then it actually jumped the 3 Mile Lane road and then burned up the neighbor's fence and a gate and such. But that was about 9:30 at night, so that was a good little fire. And we've had a few other calls. I know Stoker was getting one like I think Lance said every day for 4 days or something to that effect. But even though the brush is still green, so it's going to be an active fire season. And then folks can burn up till May 30th. And then if there's anything that you guys hear that we need to address in town to burn, I know we're doing some stuff for Betty up in Ivans for parks, like along the roadways and such. So I know there's a cattails, I believe Ryan mentioned, next to the Little League fields. So any of those things that you guys want, let's try to get those in, and we'll try to get them done before we can burn any time, but fire department, but we'd like to get them done by the end of month if possible. So
When was the last time they burned the detention basin?
I think that was 2 years ago is my understanding, not since I've been here.
May want to look at that and see if that needs to be done.
Okay, yeah, I think there was a comment on that from maybe somebody from the works in the Historical Society downstairs had mentioned that. So I'll follow up with Ty and Adam on that and see what we can do to get that done. So, and then we have that brush fire truck that you guys purchased. I think it was maybe 18 months ago. So COVID, there was that whole supply and demand thing, but that's coming out of Boise. They received finally the chassis up in Boise in April, and then hopefully we'll get it in August. We'll see. But that'll require us to go up there 3 times. Ty will probably go up there and we'll just make sure that it's up to his spec that he ordered, and then hopefully we'll get it in town August. But those are kind of just, we purchased it and paid for it, but it's at their mercy. So, but we'll try to get that here soon. We did receive a grant for health and wellness. There was a bill that came out at the beginning of the year that requires for mental health for first responders us to take action and do something, put a policy in. But we've worked with Alexa Poll. They're kind of like a third-party vendor that helps with policies and such. So we'll get this app. That grant was for 5,000. So we'll get this app that costs $4,999. So the grant covers that app, but interesting their pricing, of course. So that will be coming soon for the folks. We did the Horizon movie shoot last Friday down on the riverbed. It was in the Shivwitz area, and we worked with them. I worked with gentleman's name is Travis Duran. He does their operations. I don't know if you've run into him, but he's the Shivwitz tribal kind of operations person contact, and that's been great to work with them. And that was kind of an interesting evening. There we were out probably from 6 p.m. till they completed everything about 4 a.m. So, but Costner was there directing, and a bunch of the other actors. That not a big movie guy, but it was fun. It's cool to be involved in that. So. It was a good little shoot. Very windy that day. So other than that, the crews have been going out to the point, which is that obviously the Snow Canyon retirement facility, there's a ton of lumber in place. So those are obviously can be a big issue for us. So we're walking those premises, looking at hydrants. The same thing's going on in Black Desert, that all that wood construction that's going up 2 stories. I mean, it's all exposed. So that's a big target hazard for us, but we're kind of pre-planning for that. We do have a recruitment process that we're in place, and we're using a third-party vendor for that. It's called Public Safety Answers. So like Logan uses them, Hurricane used it. They advertised at that last winter fire school. So it's firefighters that developed a testing process, but it's all remote. It's kind of cool. So they apply through this third-party vendor, and the exam basically goes through like an industrial psychologist, and it gets certified, right? But they score them, and it comes to us, so there's no cost. Kind of eliminates a lot of the interviewing process, and then we'll get the final candidates that we need when that time comes, and then we'll bring them in for interviews. So it's less moving parts. It's kind of they call it the 21st century hiring thing. So, but we'll use that to establish a 2-year list. So we'll have that'll just sit in their queue. That's the way I would like to do it. And I think that's just to kind of have something established for a couple of years at a time. So I think that's the big stuff, and leave it there.
Questions for Chief? Thanks, Chief. Cody?
Just one question, Mr. Mayor. Next time, can we let Gary go last and we'll just kind of trickle out? He'd still be talking. We're doing well in the building department. We've year to date, we're at 116 single family and townhome permits, 17 single family, 99 townhomes. In April, we're doing okay. We've had 19 total permits, 3 single family, 4 townhomes. The 12 remainder would be the miscellaneous pools, awnings, solar, things of that nature. And in May, we're at 12 so far, with a week and a half left, 2 weeks. 12 total permits, 2 single family and 4 townhomes. So still a little inventory, and permits are still trickling in. So I don't know that I'll cover that. I want to, not just because she's here, but Selena, she's picked up another hat in Chris's absence. I'd like to recognize her. She's doing a great job. And on top of that, she's a multitasker. She just completed her CEUs, so she could apply for the MCC, which is the Municipal Clerk Certificate. And then with that, she also qualifies for the step above, and you'll have to help me, Selena.
CMC?
Well, the
CM?
CMC's first, and then the MMC. So if I take the training in September here, the week right before Swiss Days, actually the week of, I should be able to, but I have to wait 5 to 6 weeks for them to check all my certs for the past 3 years.
Congrats.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
So not only is she filling in, but she's qualified. Well, we'll find out in 5 to 6 weeks. Verdict's out. Building maintenance, things continually pop up. Gary called out Wheeler. We had the generator code and was not operable. They came out and serviced that, put that back in repair. We have a geo pump that's been tracking for about, I don't know, I think it went on a world cruise or something. It's been gone for about a month, just 6 weeks. Showed up, it was in St. George today. And I said, when's it going to be in Santa Clara City? And he said, tomorrow morning.
So I said, at City Hall? And he said, yes. So 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll get a geo pump installed. Otherwise, still working on lights. But yeah, the building's breaking down right down to the wheels on the vacuum. I just replaced those last week. We're looking good. You want to take that baby for a cruise? It rolls like nobody's business. I think. Hey, you clean up after yourself, chief. I saw the mess you left last time. You rolled that thing around. Just to touch on the Relief Society building, we took a estimate in to redo the floor I'd mentioned earlier. The estimate came in at $42,000. That's with a contingency of 10,000. So if all things are good, we'd be at 32,000. And I think in-house with pressure from a certain individual in the room, I can do it for around 7.
That's why the individual applied the pressure.
Oh, you may be speaking. That's all I have. Any questions?
I have one.
Uh-oh.
Do we maintain the planners on Pioneer?
I know that's part of their, are you talking about with the point?
The raised,
The raised
rock
planners adjacent to the sidewalk?
Oh, that's a question.
No. No, the planters out front are maintained by the business as far as I know. We don't maintain them.
So like Geovango would maintain the ones out in front of their place? Okay,
They should.
Three that were put in,
okay,
but that's it.
okay. There's just one that needs repairs. It's missing the whole top block around it.
That one, yes, that one, they were waiting for the cap wasn't in when they did the install.
Okay,
In fact, Cody, we talked about, it. He reached out to him. He's still waiting for it. As soon as he gets, they'll install that, put it on.
okay. I had somebody mention it to me, so.
okay, Jim?
Thanks. Staying busy in planning and zoning. Tomorrow, we have a Heritage Commission meeting. We're going to be meeting with Neil Walter and his team to discuss a proposed office building on the corner of Gates Lane and Santa Clara Drive. Stay tuned on that one. Next week, we have a big planning commission meeting on the 25th of May. We have South Village at Black Desert. So the project and the preliminary plat that we had the field trip or site visit on April 19th. We're looking to move forward with that preliminary plat. So it's going to go next week and then would come to you a couple of weeks thereafter. We're hitting the reset button on Pioneer Point and having a public hearing for Clayton Levitt and his group with the Planning Commission. That will be next week for that project. So we should have a good time and we may have some people there with soda and popcorn. We don't know. Showing up for a little entertainment for a couple hours. That's what they did last time. And then we have a code amendment, chapter 1718. We're going to be talking about the general plan amendments like we've discussed recently, Mayor and others, about looking at those on a quarterly basis. I think that's it. That's all I have at this point. Thanks.
Questions for Jim, council? Thanks, Jim. Brock?
Just a couple. So we had a Swiss Days meeting this week. That's getting started and rolling through for Swiss Days and a few discussions on possible little tweaks and to that. So starting that fun process. Also coming in June or next week, we have the public hearing on the tentative budget for adoption. And then we'll come back first meeting in June for the final budget. And then the last meeting in June will be amending this current year's budget. So a lot of fun with the budget. I'll give just an update real quick on Chris. It was mentioned with Selena here. Chris is home from the hospital. So she's home and doing better. Chris or Ryan could probably give you a little more detail, but home and getting better every day from what, we're told. So kind of a scary situation. But yes, I'll echo Cody's comments on Selena. She's getting a full education and has a few more weeks of it probably with Chris out and doing both her normal job with up in the building department, but handling all the recorder stuff and that as well as HR stuff. And that has also been a handful for the last month. So we do appreciate Selena in rolling for us the last little while. So that is all that I have.
Questions for Brock, council? Selena, anything to add? Okay. All righty, council, anything burning a hole in your pocket? Can't wait till next week. All righty then.